Hello, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're coming from. Welcome to the MegaCast by Actual Tech Media. Our topic today, protecting SaaS applications, security and data protection considerations. Thank you so much for joining us for this exciting MegaCast. On today's event, we will hear from experts at Rubrik, BetterCloud, Trava, Gigamon, Zerto, Keepit, Duo, Cohesity, Palo Alto, and Metallic. Like I said, it's going to be a great day. This collection of experts have joined us here today to talk about the current landscape and trends in security and data protection. Now, for those of you who have not joined us for a MegaCast in the past, we are so happy to welcome to you first one today. Actual Tech Media created the MegaCast and EcoCast series to help educate technology professionals like yourself on the latest innovations and trends in enterprise technology. Now, we know how fast the technology world moves, so we want to help you gain this insight and information quickly and efficiently from the comfort of your home or office. MegaCast and EcoCast allow you to pose and answer questions, to connect with other experts in your field, and to help you solve those really pressing technology challenges. Okay, but before we get into the sessions today, I just want to tell you a few things about this MegaCast. Of course, we do have some of those awesome prizes lined up for you. I'm just going to jump over that right now, and we'll get back to those in just a moment. But first, I want to draw your attention to the questions box in your webinar control panel. If you haven't already said hi, we love seeing people connect here from around the world, so drop a greeting, give a wave to your friends in the Actual Tech Media community. We also want this to be an informative event for you, which means that we want to see those technical questions coming in. So throughout today's MegaCast, we hope that you'll get engaged and make sure to ask all the SaaS and data security questions that you might have, and I'm sure there's a lot. Not only will we have team members responding to you during the live event, but we will also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of each presentation. Now remember, if we do not get to your question during the live event, don't worry. Rubrik, BetterCloud, Trava, Gigamon, Zerto, Keepit, Duo, Cohesity, Palo Alto, and Metallic will be following up with you afterwards. Man, that is a long list of awesome innovators right there, and they are all excited to chat with you here today. Now, we know that all good things should be shared. So when you hear something interesting or exciting on today's MegaCast, be sure to share it with your friends. You can use that Twitter button. It's right there in your audience console. And the hashtag for today's event will automatically be added to your post. And hey, while you're exploring that audience console, make sure to check out the handout tab. You're going to find some fantastic resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. There's some great white papers, solution briefs, technical overviews, and more. So be sure to click around there and explore. All right, well, my name is Jess Steinbach with Actual Tech Media, and I'm so happy to be one of your moderators for this special event today, along with my friends and fellow moderators, David Davis and Scott Becker, who will be joining us shortly. We also have a crazy cool collection of prizes for you to win. Not only are we giving away a $500 Amazon gift card every 30 minutes, we also have 5 Apple M1 iPad Pro tablets to give away to 5 lucky winners. Of course, you must be in attendance during the live event to qualify for the prizes, and all winners must meet Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. If you are not sure what those terms and conditions are, you can find the full list in the Handouts tab. So just click in, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find it there. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we love hearing all of your questions during these live events. So we have a special additional prize for all you curious folks out there. In today's MegaCast, we will be giving away a $50 Amazon gift card to the best question asked in each of our live sessions. The teams will review all questions asked after the event, which means even if your question does not get asked live, there is still a chance to win, and we will follow up with all the winners after the event. And again, if you have any questions about whether or not you're eligible to win those prizes, just check out the terms and conditions in that Handouts tab. Speaking of which, just a few key reminders here. The grand prize winners are required to submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. And if you are a winner here today, you always have the option to donate the value of the prize to one of our selected charities. Thanks to generous prize winners on previous Actual Tech Media events, thousands of dollars have been donated to these wonderful charities. So if you are a winner today and you would like to get involved with one of these amazing organizations, let us know. We would love to help make that happen. And again, we are so happy to have you all here at the live event today. And we want to keep that good feeling going. So use that Twitter button that we chatted about earlier, which will add the hashtag for today's event as you share all the exciting things that you're learning about. And make sure to connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter and Facebook. We want to hear from you. A few other ways that you can get connected with us, head on over to YouTube and again, Facebook to get some more content after the event. And we would also love to connect with you on LinkedIn. So make sure to shoot us a follow over there. Speaking of exciting content, if you haven't already checked out the Actual Tech Media Guerrilla Guide Book Club, now is the time. The Guerrilla Guide Book Club gives you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books will work on your Kindle or mobile device, and they are all completely free. You can download these awesome resources at guerrillaguide.com. There's actually a link, again, in that handy Handouts tab for you as well. Now, we think you're all pretty great. We think you probably have some great friends too. So another way to win a prize is to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media event series. You will find a link to do that right in your Handouts tab, and you will be automatically redirected at the end of the event as well. Now, we promise not to spam your friends or coworkers. We will send them an invitation to a list of upcoming events, and if they don't respond, they will get one more reminder from us, and that's it. And both you and your coworker could win a $300 Amazon gift card, and we actually hold those drawings every month. So be sure to refer a friend because it could quite literally be a win-win situation. All right, well, we've got a lot of fantastic content to dig into in the MegaCast today, so I think it's time that we got started. To kick us off, I'm actually going to hand the mic over to Actual Tech Media's Scott Becker, who's here with Ian Thornton-Trump, CISO of Scijax Limited. Scott and Ian are joining us today for a conversation around protecting SaaS applications and the most important thing that you should be including in that decision-making process. Scott, the mic is yours.
Ian, thanks for coming on. I'm excited to talk to you as always, but today about protecting SaaS applications, which is such a big deal. And I know you've got sort of one big piece of advice around SaaS application protection. So I wonder if you could talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Scott. It's lovely to when we get the chance to talk about real issues that real companies are facing. I truly believe that the conversation about SaaS has to have IT included at the table. And when I talk about, this great slide with the power of your own incompetence, this is a situation where the business makes a decision, but IT isn't at the table. So there's obviously huge issues when it comes to security and risk management. So this is where IT has to work with procurement, has to work with who's going to be the business application owner, and really engage in that discussion before somebody calls them asking, well, I'm having this problem with Salesforce, and they don't even know that, Salesforce is now part of their ecosystem. You might laugh, but that actually happens to some IT departments where suddenly a user calls them out of the blue, says I'm having problems with such and such, and they have to figure it out if it's a new website for booking travel or not.
And sometimes, people can get way more, privilege in an application like that, than is really sort of a best practice. I wonder if you could talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so one of the great things about SaaS is it does offload some identity and access management work from the IT department to the business owner. So you might have a chief revenue officer, you might have like a sales manager. They become the administrator of that particular application, and they need some training and guidance on, should every salesperson be able to download the entire list of customers of the organization? I mean, that's an insider threat waiting to happen if everybody's given the equivalent of admin privileges on the actual SaaS application. And there's issues around data sovereignty, like can you serve North Americans and Europeans from a common platform, but that data that you're operating with or using may have to stay resident in one of the territories. So there's a lot of things that IT and maybe bleeding into compliance teams and governance and risk that really need to be asking those questions in the early stages before now they're on the hook to support it.
Great points. So what I'm bringing up here is the list that you've provided of, top SaaS security issues, and you've got 8 of them here. We'll let the audience sort of read through all of those, but I did want to call out a couple of them. I wonder if you could go into number 3 there about, MFA and SSO and how important that is.
Yeah, I mean, this is the number one attack surface right now for SaaS. It's credentials, right? It's identification and access management issues. I mean, you've got to commit your organization to multi-factor authentication. I mean, that's just necessary now. All of the reports from California to the New York State financial services are calling out businesses that aren't protecting sensitive data without multi-factor authentication. Now, I add SSO into that single sign-on, because when you're onboarding, or especially during offboarding, you don't want to have stale accounts in those SaaS applications that could be compromised should a password get popped or something like that. So this is not only a great technique to reduce the attack surface for leavers within your organization and make sure that that unauthorized people can't gain access to this SaaS application now that they've been left the organization. So there's some best practices that you can tie in with multi-factor authentication and single sign-on to really protect that data that's up there in the SaaS application.
Yeah, I don't think you can say enough about MFA and SSO there, and how critical those are in SaaS environments. Let's move on to your number 6 here about, what happens to my data. What's the concern there?
Yeah, there's a lot of concerns, and it also comes down to cost management as well. So the issue around data and sensitive data and personal data is getting more complex. There's like 52 states in the union, all have different privacy laws. Some data is federally regulated. Other data might be subject to the GDPR if it comes from Europe or UK. So, everybody's got a data compliance issue, and it's really important that SaaS application is architected or designed in order to meet those compliance requirements. How is it processed? Are there third parties involved in that processing, right? We've heard of supply chain attacks where a marketing company got a list from another company, and that marketing company got popped, and a bunch of sensitive data that third party had taken from an organization to do a job is now exposed. So at that point, we're playing the data breach football and jumbling it and tossing it around between different companies. And I guess the other issue around that data retention is really around the definitions of business records. If you're dealing with the IRS, or over here in the UK, Her Majesty's Revenue Service, how are we going to retain 7 years worth of business records, or even the tax filings for our employees, the W-2s, as you guys like to call them? All of that data needs to be retained for a certain period of time. And you're either going to pay for that extra storage in the SaaS, or you're going to be downloading it and storing it on your own tin. And both have a particular vulnerability at that particular moment, right? Because there's been plenty of occasions where, lists of customer lists and stuff like that have gotten into the wrong hands because it was downloaded and then just left on, a personal device, or even downloaded and left on an unprotected server. And so you really have to think about the data management aspect to that SaaS, and, of course, what those best practices for compliance are going to be.
So let's talk about the SaaS application itself. Number 1 on your list here is, where is the SaaS application hosted? What's the concern there?
Yeah, when you asked me to start thinking about this, because let's be clear, we're talking about a SaaS application hosted in some sort of provider's environment. Now, it could be in their own data center, and they'll have all sorts of compliances around that. But more commonly, it's going to be running in Amazon, Google Cloud, or maybe Microsoft Azure, and that will give you quite a bit of confidence in that the security tools are either baked in or available just because the application happens to be in that cloud. And I mean, we've seen great examples of Microsoft and Amazon fighting off major denial of service attacks on customers just because they happen to be in that cloud, right? So again, with all of the baked-in capabilities of Azure and Amazon, hopefully the SaaS application that's living there is being leveraged and is leveraging all of that great technology that the provider is got there in order to determine and lower the risk of an impactful data breach.
Makes sense. Well, this is a great list of things to be concerned about with SaaS, and it really sets us up well for today. For all the solutions that we're going to hear about on SaaS protection. So, Ian, thanks so much for being here. It's always a pleasure.
Oh, thank you so much for having me, Scott.
Well, thank you guys both for letting us join in that conversation, Scott and Ian. What a great way to kick off this awesome MegaCast. As you can see, we have a poll question up for you all. We want to know, what is your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? And to clarify that, today we're talking about the protecting your SaaS applications. So what we're looking for is, what is your time frame to take action on some of these data protection security solutions that you're going to be learning about today? So if you guys can hop in and click on that, choose your answer here. And it looks like we're getting, it's actually pretty well split across the board. I think a lot of you are uncertain on time frame. So that's interesting. Maybe we will be able to help you narrow in on that a little bit today. Okay, well, we're going to move along because it is already time for me to introduce our first presenter in today's MegaCast. Leo Vela, Inside Sales Engineer at Rubrik, is here to talk to us about some of the exciting innovations happening over at Rubrik. Leo, thank you for joining us. I know our audience is pumped and ready to get started on this MegaCast, so I'm going to hand things over to you.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for having me. I'm very, very excited to be here. And, just like the intro was, name is Leo Vela. Really happy to be able to speak in front of you all. It's really a privilege. And I actually just started Rubrik not too long ago, but prior to that, I was working as a channel sales engineer. So I'm familiar with the product very well, and so much that I decided to work for Rubrik. And, here I am today. I hope I get to talk to you guys about what Rubrik does, why what we're doing is making a difference, and why we do what we do. So without further ado, let's go ahead and move on. So as Rubrik has been moving on, really there's quite a few questions that we've looked to answer with our customers. And when it comes to talking to these customers, those questions really come to: how do we secure our data? How do we automate data management? And how do we accelerate our cloud journey and manage on-premises and hybrid SaaS workloads? And then above this all, it's all about the sake of disaster recovery, business continuity, and dealing with the ever threat of ransomware. And it's a staggering statistic when 21 days is the average downtime that we see due to ransomware. How can we recover quickly from that? Now, how can I protect my data across workloads from on-premises and hybrid and SaaS, specifically M365, where a lot of data ever since the quarantine started, a lot of people are storing tier 1 data onto M365, where it's become much more important to protect that space. And 71% of organizations have suffered a takeover of some kind. Well, this is a bigger picture of what that data set looks like within our customers' environment. And more customers are using different applications more now than ever. So you're talking about enterprise environments using VMware, Oracle databases, Hyper-V virtualization, cloud providers like AWS, GCP, Microsoft Azure, and as I mentioned before, M365, SAP HANA, other SaaS applications are becoming more important. And over the years, we've really invested a lot of time into protecting different objects, the data traffic, through perimeter, network, endpoint, application security. But there's been a real lack of focus on protecting that data themselves. Sure, legacy backup solutions exist, but they were not built from the ground up, focusing on this threat of ransomware inside attackers and not focused on zero trust architecture. Because of that, there is a huge risk when it comes to a ransomware attack. First things first, we get hit by ransomware on premises. We have the option of paying the ransom. Of course, that's not always going to be the first thing we're going to come to. We're going to see if we're going to have the ability to recover from on-premises backups. And there's usually multiple teams involved: IT operations, security operations. They may not have access to the same tools. They may not agree on that framework of how to restore. And that is the case, especially when they don't work together on a day-to-day basis for everything to consider. But there's always a chain of questions, a chain of command when it comes to deciding what's going to happen next. First of all, is my data protected? Can I recover from my backups? Even if you're able to answer that question, can you see where the ransomware is being investigated? Can you see where it started all? And you're able to see when the first clean backup that you're able to restore from. Do you have that visibility? Chances are you don't know. Second of all, your sensitive data, your personal identifiable information, healthcare information, PCI information. Are you able to see where that data is in your environment? Was it protected? And there may be even an off chance where this ransomware group or malicious actors have exfiltrated that data. And on top of the ransom, they're extorting you for some more money so they can prevent themselves from selling that information on the black market. Do you have that visibility to see whether that's true or not? And lastly, even if you are able to restore and get lucky, get your systems back online, do you know if that incident has been contained? Maybe that malware has been living dormant in your environment for more than 30 days, just waiting to attack. So even if you were to restore from a clean point in time, there's a chance that those workloads will still just be re-encrypted after just hours amount of time. And let's say you're lucky and you're still able to restore. Can you do this quickly? And not to mention the fact that we've asked all these questions, and who knows how long of amount of time. Remember that statistic, 21 days? This is the conversation that happens internally. And wait before you decide, well, we can't answer any of these questions. We're just going to pay the ransom anyway. So that's a difficult conversation to have within an organization. So this is where Rubrik pretty much differentiates itself on the data protection and data security side. Remember how I said the legacy providers aren't able to provide that protection that you necessarily need? Well, that's all different with Rubrik Zero Trust Data Security. When we first started, we knew this is what we wanted to focus on. We grew up in the age where zero trust is important. How we do that is very pertinent to our customers. First, starting with zero trust data protection. We have world-class identity and access management controls. So when it comes to the Rubrik UI, you can set multi-factor authentication, role-based access controls, so only authorized users have access to data. But everything that's ingested into the Rubrik appliance is fed into a read-only, immutable file system. So none of that backup data is able to be modified or, most importantly, encrypted. We also have a logical air gap. So a lot of backup providers are able to provide physical air gap, usually through tape or taking that data off-site through a secondary site. We don't ask you to purchase any additional equipment. It's all built in with the Rubrik appliance. We don't communicate via NFS or SMB protocols. Only authenticated Rubrik APIs are able to access that data, ensuring that you have the tight security that you need for your backups. Next is that ransomware investigation feature. So through using artificial intelligence and machine learning, we're able to take in a baseline of what your backups are, how your data behaves, we get an idea of how change rates look within your environment. So let's say if there was a spike in activity with modifications, addition of files, or worst case, mass encryptions. We're able to tell you not only when that happened, but the point in time before those anomalies became aware. So you have that point in time, you can have that confidence. Hey, if I back up from here and restore from this point, my workloads will be available. With sensitive data discovery, we have pre-canned analyzers that work with common compliance requirements, HIPAA, GDPR, PCI, CCPA. And based on the metadata of the backups that we're taking in, we're able to pinpoint where this data is. Is it protected and encrypted within your environment? Who has access to this data? So this is a scan that's ongoing through the rubric of compliance. So you can be both proactive and reactive with the insights that we give you. Let's say a ransomware group does extort you, saying they're going to release this sensitive data that they claim to have to the black market. Well, you have the confidence and visibility with our sensitive data discovery feature that that's not the case. The data they have is unimportant and most likely not important to organization. And lastly is incident containment. When it comes to ransomware groups, these different groups have different ways of operating, and they leave behind different fingerprints, so to say, or indicators of compromise. There's different ways to validate this, but essentially we just have those analyzers built on their back end that are able to identify these points. So back to that scenario where you were able to recover from a clean point in time, but maybe there was some malware that was living there dormant for days, months. With incident containment, you can pinpoint where those fingerprints are. So when you do restore, you leave that out and you contain the incident so you don't restore something that's inevitably going to re-encrypt your environment. And lastly, orchestrated application recovery is incredibly important. That fast recovery is what we focus on. So you're able to build blueprints, identify which VMs should be prioritized over others. You need to get those back up most quickly with your mission critical controls. And you're able to identify what that workflow should be, test it, and validate it. So when disaster does strike, you're ready. In just a few clicks, that automation process is done for you and you're up and running. And lastly, everything is built within NIST security standards. And all these terms important, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. You may even hear these terms with your cyber insurance provider. So when you want to focus on zero trust data protection, NIST security standards, Rubrik is able to provide that for you. Now, more specifically, what can we do for Microsoft 365? A lot of what I mentioned is applicable to on-premises and cloud workloads. But over time, Microsoft 365, those suites for Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, OneDrive, Teams, that's become more business critical to customers now than ever. Because of quarantine, work from home users are all over the country, all over the world. So it's a necessity to not only be able to use these applications, but have access and make sure that they're secure over time. It's an ugly fact that many have seen a takeover in that period of time, and 81% have seen an email breach. That means that data is at risk, more so than your on-prem workloads. If it's unprotected against loss, a lot of these organizations do not have a backup using a third-party tool. And it's actually mentioned in the terms and conditions of Microsoft 365 alone. It's recommended that you have that third-party tool installed. But what does Rubrik have to do this? Microsoft has their own tools There are plenty of other third-party tools that are available to back up that information. Well, the difference here is that Microsoft and Rubrik have a vested interest with each other. When we're developing our features, our products, our engineers are constantly talking with each other to make the best product possible. Now, Microsoft is able to provide a bit of retention policies, legal hold, access control, but this is mostly for compliance. When it comes to recovery, let alone mass recovery of that data on the Microsoft side, that could take days. One of the main reasons they ask for a third party to handle this information for them. With Rubrik, we focus on that security, but more importantly, make sure that you have the ability to rapidly recover from that ransomware that affects that environment. Maybe it's just human error, accidental deletion, data loss. If you attempted to recover that on the Microsoft side, even small files can take a lot of time. With Rubrik, you can get that within minutes. You can also have a unified portal between your M365 environment and your other workloads, making it simple for everyone. Similar to the chart we saw before affecting the on-premises environment, this is essentially the workflow of ransomware attack on Microsoft 365. Your global administrator credentials are taken over, data could be exfiltrated, deleted, ransom note is left, and all you're using is just Microsoft native policies. So you can attempt to restore from your retention policies, but a common tactic is where those retention policies are changed over time. And those hackers automatically delete that data by setting that retention so low that your data is no longer available to be retrieved. Well, don't worry, you probably have litigation hold. You're able to restore that way. However, that's not designed for mass recovery, mostly just smaller individual files and users. And ultimately, you're left with the only option of paying your ransom in order to retrieve that data. With Rubrik, a lot of that difference is similar to how we provide that protection on premises. We create that logical air gap by writing those backups into an Azure provider that's hosted by Rubrik. And just like the Rubrik appliance on the premises, the only access to this data is via authenticated Rubrik APIs. Your data is safe. Even though Rubrik is hosting this data for you on Azure, we don't have access to that. Only you, the authorized user, does. And we allow for that rapid recovery for not only localized and individual objects, but for all users entirely, and give you that unified protection for simple use. And along with just that logical air gap, we're able to provide and give those same identity access management controls, multi-factor authentication, modern authentication through Microsoft credentials. Anything that SAML 2.0 is available to use. All data is encrypted at flight and at rest. And let's say you do need to give separate access to different users, you can control everything via role-based access controls. So when the ransomware does hit, you're protected. You're always confident that you're able to retrieve that data. So if there's anything I want to take away from this presentation, just remember, we're able to provide that rapid recovery for ransomware at a mass scale because of our air gap backups. You can prevent that data loss over time and account for human error and accidental deletion without any worry. And you can manage all your backups within one console. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Well, thank you to Leo for that awesome presentation. What a great way to start out the MegaCast today. Now, you guys can see that I put up a poll question for you all. We would love to get your feedback on any additional resources that you would like to explore from Rubrik. So make sure to click on that poll, share your thoughts with us and with Rubrik. We have a lot of insightful questions coming in already, which is so exciting. Clearly, you guys have all had your coffee or several cups of coffee already. Just great questions. We do have a lot to cover today, so we're going to move forward with the presentations, but Leo and the Rubrik team will be following up with you, so do keep those questions coming into the chat box there. I also want to remind you guys about the handouts tab in your audience console. If you would like to get some more detail about all the interesting things we just heard from Leo, there's a technical white paper in there from Rubrik that I think you would really enjoy. So click into that handouts tab and download that resource now. Thank you to everyone who's answering our poll questions, seeing some great numbers roll in. I love that. And while you guys are clicking on that, I'm actually going to jump to our next exciting point, which is our first prize giveaway. So very exciting. Remember that we will be giving away these $500 Amazon gift cards every 30 minutes, plus the grand prize giveaway at the end. If you're looking to snag one of those tablets, stick around for that. So lots of chances to walk away with cool prizes. Our very first winner of a $500 Amazon gift card today is Shelly Krell from Virginia. That's Shelly Krell from Virginia. Congratulations to Shelly. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the event. But for now, I think we should probably keep zipping right along in our MegaCast. So we will head into our next presentation. Up next, we're so excited to introduce Peter Marsh, Vice President of Security and Compliance at BetterCloud. He's going to talk to us about self-healing SaaS. Thanks for being with us here today, Peter. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Peter. I'll be talking about self-healing SaaS security through automation. Just a little background on me. I have been working in IT and security for a little over 20 years. I started out in IT and infrastructure, and then about 10 years ago, I switched to the security field. So I think I have a good background when it comes to talking about the intersection of IT and security. So without further ado, we'll get started. So SaaS obviously has clear advantages for leaders as a software delivery model because it provides flexibility, scalability, ease of deployment, maintenance, and certainly cost. And for end users, because it gives them powerful tools that they can access easily from anywhere. No matter what the reason, over the past few years, SaaS adoption has exploded in organizations of all sizes. On average, IT teams are now managing 110 SaaS applications. At BetterCloud, it's probably closer to 200 or 250, which represents a 38% year-over-year growth and a 14x increase over the past 6 years. A lot of this is obviously being driven by the pandemic. As people moved out of offices, they went into their homes, went into apartments, family members, started living with family members, and now workforces are scattered, and SaaS is the best way to keep your workforce working and engaged while they are not in the offices. And the office infrastructure just really wasn't set up to handle an entire company VPNing in and doing all of their work locally on your network. So SaaS has become something that was a good thing and now is something that is almost required for a business to have. As with the rise of hybrid, multi-geo, nonlinear work scenarios, such as the pandemic has driven, IT now has to support employees anytime and anywhere. Like BetterCloud, many of you have or are already experiencing challenges with scaling support in this new normal. I know as a security professional dealing with risk, we have always considered that pandemics were a risk to the business. I can honestly say that I did not expect what has happened over the last 2 years to be what the impact of a pandemic. I expected we're going to have staff out because they are sick. I did not expect everyone go home, work from home for 2 years, possibly permanently, and depending on the company. I didn't expect that, and I didn't really plan for that in my things. We don't, unless you're well over 100 years old, we've never experienced this before in our lifetimes. I'm well into middle age, but I wasn't around in 1918 when the flu pandemic came, so I am not familiar with what happens during a massive pandemic. Luckily, hopefully, we won't have to deal with this again in the future, but now I think we're all better prepared for the next, if this happens again. Right. So, as we mentioned, SaaS adoption has increased greatly. It's great for employees. It allows them to work from anywhere. It allows them to have access to tools. It's actually good for IT because we can build, we don't have to keep maintaining tools, keep spending money on capital investments to upgrade servers and upgrade software, and have downtime to upgrade that software. SaaS makes all of that easier. The rapid increase in SaaS adoption coupled with remote work has essentially increased the security threat footprint for IT and security teams, because now we are no longer able to control the entire environment. In fact, we have to give up a lot of that control to those SaaS companies and trust that they are doing security the right way, and providing us tools to manage the security of their tools, which many aren't, or if they're doing it, they're not doing it in a way that really works well for us. The other thing to consider here is that SaaS is becoming a greater and greater target for bad actors. As things have moved away from networks, and as networks have also gotten more secure, most people have secured their border of their networks. It's very difficult to get into a corporate network these days. Used to be much easier because there were a lot of unsecured ports and unsecured systems, but that's really changed. But now the big target has become the cloud. SaaS companies are the target because there are so many companies that are putting very sensitive information in there, using it to communicate with their employees and their vendors and their customers. So it is becoming a bigger and bigger target of bad actors in security. Oops, skipped a slide there. So with more apps and more data going into the cloud, that means that we're going to have more sensitive information like PII, and the more sensitive information we put into the cloud, the more risk it creates. With SaaS essentially fueling the democratization of IT, meaning it's easy to sign up, easy to implement, anyone can do it. You don't have to be an IT expert. You don't have to understand servers and software and OSs. You can just pay with a credit card and it works. That has created a boom for the shadow IT industry. Not that it's a real industry, but if it were, it would be one of the fastest growing industries in the world probably right now. And it continues to be a real problem. It's always been a problem. Skunkworks and shadow IT has always been a problem for IT, but it's becoming an increasing problem because when that software is acquired, that SaaS tool is acquired out of band for IT, you lose visibility, you lose the governance and compliance requirements, and there is a higher risk of misconfigurations because the experts are no longer monitoring and maintaining those solutions. So along with that, there is a massively increased insider threat. So about 72% of organizations feel the greatest risk to data loss is the well-meaning employee who unwittingly shares sensitive information. Sometimes when people hear insider risk, they think of disgruntled employees, people who are angry, who might lash out at the company, but that's not the reality. It does happen. It absolutely does happen. But the real risk for insider threats doesn't come from malicious actors, but from people who just make a mistake. It could be someone in your IT group making a mistake in a firewall rule, putting it out of order, putting the wrong IP or wrong port in. But those things have always occurred and always will occur. The other side of that is that average employees could unintentionally share data. They have access to these. They may not configure it in a secure way. They may not adhere to MFA policies or things like that allow their account to be compromised and then used to access those information. So there are all kinds of threats created by unmanaged SaaS. So with those sort of issues and problems in mind, we can talk about why a SaaS management platform is necessary. So there are a lot of solutions that are partially addressing the areas we've talked about, that can give you an inventory of your SaaS tools, or can provide DLP services to your cloud files, things like that. But there's no cohesive approach to solving the problems IT teams are facing today. There are third-party analysts like Gartner and leading industry publications that take the position that a new solution is needed to address these challenges together. Something that the market and IT professionals are rapidly recognizing as well. And what Gartner has proposed is that this takes the form of SaaS management platforms, or SMPs, as a standalone tool that centralizes SaaS operations into a single pane of glass rather than separate admin consoles for each application. Gartner notes that an effective SMP needs a certain set of capabilities. One is it has to provide visibility and cost control. Better visibility leads to a clearer and more complete picture of the SaaS app mix and identifies any applications or license redundancies. So this can help you with your spend. With this being so easy, you may have 3 or 4 tools that do the same thing, that do project management, something like that. You can identify that quickly and eliminate those dependencies. And then you can identify consumption of SaaS services by providing dynamic data useful in opportunities to optimize SaaS investments based on actual consumption. So, you may have licensed a tool for 100 users, but it turns out only 50 users are actually using it on a routine basis. You're paying twice as much as you need to be paying, and you can, again, reduce the cost of your SaaS applications. The next area is management and automation. Because these tools are so disparate, because it is very difficult to deal with 100, 200 different SaaS applications, the best way to manage these is to create automated workflows for common repetitive processes. A couple of those are employee onboarding. In a lot of tech companies, and all companies these days are high growth, high turnover. They're constantly onboarding employees. They're also constantly offboarding employees because of the Great Resignation. And then you need to assign them rights and revoke rights. They may be moving teams. So mid-life cycle management is a problem that almost every company struggles with. What do you do to make sure that when somebody changes jobs, that the access they had in their old position is removed and the access they need for their new position is granted? And then provide visibility into usage and patterns of use across SaaS apps to contribute to continuous improvements in employee experience. You want to know, is this tool doing what we expect it to do, or are we, throwing our money away on something that employees hate and don't want to use and only do it grudgingly? I can think of a million tools that I've been forced to use that I would rather not have. And then the last of these is sort of triumvirate is security and access. You need to integrate with data governance, endpoint management, endpoint security, and identity access management tools, or IAM, and processes to gain a complete picture of SaaS app usage and integrations. And then also you want to improve security posture and provide context for CASB or SASE tools. And then also you want to manage, automate, and enforce configuration policies consistently across the SaaS application portfolio. So, if you want to make sure that all of your SaaS applications have an IAM that they use for their logins, and that IAM is how you enforce MFA and other security controls. You want to be able to do that and enforce that across your SaaS stack. Then, given all that, we would also, Better Cloud would also add scalability to this list. We think that the scalability comes from self-healing and self-service capabilities. IT teams are almost always understaffed. So we need to find a way for IT and security teams. I'm somewhat biased, but I feel security teams are always more understaffed. IT people would probably say the opposite, that we have riches of employees, but they're being starved of resources. But we need to find a way for it to heal itself. We can't respond quickly enough to detect vulnerabilities and remediate them. We just don't have the people, and honestly, humans are a little too slow for some of these things. It takes us a while to look at something and say, hey, this is a problem. We need to automate it, detect it, automate the process of detecting, fixing, and then verifying that the fix is in place. All of that requires automation. All of that needs to move at sort of machine speed rather than human speed. And it requires that all the platforms that we have for security, because again, there is no one-size-fits-all security tool that you install and you're done, everything's secure, great job. We have dozens of tools that we use together, and we need those to work together to provide strong security. So this view that we kind of laid out with the addition of the scalability that Better Cloud believes. It's exactly the approach that Better Cloud has been taking for years. So we've been building a product that centralizes and simplifies SaaS operations. It seems that the rest of the world is now kind of catching up to us and saying, hey, this is something that we need. So for the last 10 years, Better Cloud is focused entirely on improving the SaaS ops experience and drove the creation of the S&P category with the goal of enabling zero-touch IT operations. Better Cloud recognized these challenges with SaaS early on and understood that IT would require new tools to maximize business value to their organizations. So now we're seeing analyst firms like Gartner and Forrester recognize this need as well. They're calling this new product category SaaS management platforms, and these solutions are focused on addressing use cases in the following three key areas: SaaS app insights, SaaS data protection, and SaaS user lifecycle management, or not in that order on the slide, but close enough. Given the breadth and robustness of our solution, our automation platform can be used a variety of different ways. However, most IT teams start their evolution toward a zero trust or zero touch model by using Better Cloud to do three things really. Understand how and by whom their SaaS apps are being used with insightful analytics to support it. They can then leverage that to optimize how they utilize their SaaS licenses and save money by right-sizing how many app licenses they need to pay for, as I discussed earlier. And then also to make lifecycle management automation. So onboarding, offboarding, mid-life cycle changes, again, very important, that a lot of people miss, and faster and less prone to configuration. So we want to make sure that when we are doing this, especially when we're offboarding people, we don't miss any accounts because somebody didn't follow the checklist. And we also want it done quickly. Sometimes people don't part on good terms, and it needs to be done immediately. And you can't necessarily rely on the fact that there's going to be somebody there who has the access to remove all of these. But it's easier to find somebody who can just kick off this process and offboard them immediately. And also, humans are humans. We make errors. We are not computer systems. We don't, do things the same way repeatedly every time. And sometimes we just make mistakes. And then most importantly for this discussion, we want to protect sensitive information by identifying where it is, what's in that, what are in those files, making sure we understand who it's shared with and for what reason, and where it's shared internally or externally. And then dealing with risky apps. Sometimes people install things that turn out to have vulnerabilities, and we want to know about that. We need to know what those things are, and so we can stop their usage, honestly. Not all SaaS tools are good. They do provide a lot of good things, but some of them have some problems. So we want to be able to automate all this tedious and time-consuming work. And we think that has been the holy grail of IT management for years, because obviously as the world has changed with the pandemic, SaaS has the adoption of SaaS has accelerated considerably, as has remote and hybrid work. Skip the slide. My space bar is a little sensitive today. So next to the Better Cloud is a powerful platform that can ingest massive amounts of data and perform hundreds of actions within SaaS applications. Most of this is a no-code workflow. We have 70 plus full integration, or 70 plus integrations where we've pre-built all of the actions and all the work. You just have to put in some credentials or an API key, and it knows that application and what it can do. We have hundreds of pre-configured alerts. So all of these actions that we've been talking about, you can pre-configure alerts to deal with those. And then we have 900 plus automated actions. You can also, as I said, we have 70 plus built-in integrations, but there is the ability to create custom integrations as well. That spacebar is killing me. So this is just one example of a workflow that we use here at Better Cloud. So we look at app and user config changes, such as a new admin being added. That's an important one. Is that a risky setting? Yes, it is. We want to know when new admins are added. So send an alert, and then also remediate that. That can be, remove the new admin. We don't want any new admins, and or it can say notify this person and wait for approval before this admin is added. Try not to skip a slide here. Let's see if I can do it. I did it. So sensitive data discovery. This is important. A lot of with files that are out, with cloud-based files, there is a lot of sensitive information. I don't know. Everyone has differences in the sensitive information, but we want to know when it's there. You may have a employee who you're a PCI company, you're dealing with credit cards, and they dump a bunch of credit cards into a Excel file or a Word document. You need to know that's there because it clearly doesn't follow the PCI requirements, and you need to be able to handle that and understand where that data is in your environment. And then also data oversharing. Say they took that same file with credit card information and they shared it out to some person outside of your organization. That's doubly bad, right? Now we know this is sitting here in storage where it shouldn't be, in plain text where it shouldn't be, or how it shouldn't be, and then it's been sent out to someone else. That is a serious issue. We need to know about that. We need to be able to automate our reaction to that, which is to remove the sharing immediately because it has credit card information and now it's being shared. That's escalated. That's a much more serious issue. I mean, it was serious before, but it's even worse now. And then least privilege access. So we want to know what access people have to our systems. We want to be able to control that. We want it to be fairly granular. Sometimes even in IT, we don't want our IT employees to have super admin access. We want them to be able to do certain things within, say, Google Workspaces. We want you to be able to create users, but we don't necessarily want you to be able to change all the settings. So that's another thing Better Cloud gives you, is the ability to add some more granularity in your roles, your security roles. So and then regulatory compliance. So this is an important one. Most companies operate under some sort of regulatory compliance. If you're in healthcare, you have HIPAA. You need to make sure patient information, drug information isn't stored isn't in these documents, especially if making sure it isn't shared outside when you don't know about it. GDPR for all types of PDR and CCPA in California. Most companies have to deal with those regulations. If you're handling credit cards, you've got PCI. There's a myriad of regulations that we need to deal with. And Better Cloud has pre-built rules to identify that information and flag it when it comes up in these files. And that's just about it. I want to thank you for attending. If you want to learn more about Better Cloud and how we can support you on your SaaS security journey, please visit bettercloud.com/request-a-demo, and we'll be happy to set you up with the right person to get that demo. And that is it. And we will take any questions at this point.
All right. Well, thank you, Peter, for an awesome presentation and for powering through those spacebar issues.
They're tricky.
So I get it. Before we get started on our Q&A with Peter, you can see that the poll question is back up for you all. So please do take a second to send us your feedback. Let us know what resources you would like to get from Better Cloud. Peter, again, thank you for being with us here today. Are you ready to dive into some questions?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay. Rob is wondering, why isn't native cloud SaaS security for Azure, Google Cloud, AWS enough?
So it is good if that's the only tool you're using. So, the native security in there, and I have the most experience with Google. The native security in there, it's decent, but it doesn't allow you to take automated actions. So you really have to have somebody who's looking at that and going through there. Especially for files that may have sensitive information, it's something you have to keep on top of. Whereas with a platform like ours, you can look both at Google Drive and Dropbox and Box, and if you have some users that are using Office 365, you can look there too, and so you get a unified view of all of that, and then you can take automated action based on anything that you find in there. So you can, you say a file's shared publicly, you can see that, automatically remove it or send it for approval before action is taken and it's allowed to be shared out to the public.
Nice. Okay. Well, Rob actually had a few good questions. Thank you, Rob. So I'm going to ask another one of his. Are you seeing a trend in cybersecurity insurance not to ensure SaaS-based data privacy loss on-prem?
I'm not in the insurance industry, but what I am seeing on insurance is that it's becoming much more costly, and that most insurers are unwilling to take on the same level of risk that they were before. So whereas, a year or 2 years ago, you could get a policy for, say, $20 million from one insurer. Now you're going to have to split that up. You're going to have to go to 3, 4, maybe more insurers because they don't want to take on that lump risk, because ransomware attacks and accidental exposures, data exposures have become so common that the risk has shifted. At one point, paying your premiums as you were and going under one, they were still making money. Now they are losing money because of that. So I think that the whole industry has just changed, and it affects SaaS, it affects on-prem, it affects everything.
Yeah, good point. We've got a couple of questions coming in about training, so I'm going to kind of combine a few of them together here. Sort of wondering about training for team members in terms of recognizing threats, but also and especially when you've got a smaller company. Could you talk about some of the training materials that Better Cloud might have to help make sure that even a small but mighty team can really put these into action?
Yeah, so we offer pretty comprehensive training. So we have implementation specialists that work with all of our customers that come in that help them build out their workflows and understand the platform so that they can secure things the way that they want to secure them. You're right, absolutely, that identifying those threats is important. Understanding them. We don't really focus on that area. Internally we have partners that we work with to provide training to our employees. But as for Better Cloud in our system, we do have a comprehensive implementation team and then really strong support team on the back end. So once you're implemented and up and running, and they will get you up and running with pretty much everything you wanted to do from the outset, and then they hand it over to our support team, and they're really great about resolving the issues very quickly.
Nice. Lots of support and help is always key. You did actually touch on this, Peter, the integrations, but we did get a couple of questions about that. Can you just reiterate for us, in particular, we had somebody wondering about HRIS programs, PayScale, ADP. Can you address the integrations that are possible?
Yeah, so we have, I don't have the full list in front of me, and I'm sorry about that, to know exactly what's out there, but we have, I think around 140 pre-built integrations. So those will have we have some what we call full integration, which pulls in everything, and it's kind of a two-way street. So we get logs and audit logs, like with Google, we get their audit logs, and we can look at those and take action based on those. And then we have action-only integrations, which means that you can take action within that system, but they're not necessarily sending data back to us. So we have about 140 integrations that we have built. And we also offer, for anybody that has API endpoints, we offer custom integrations that we can help you build, and you can build out to integrate with just about any provider out there. And we're constantly working on and adding new integrations. I think one that we're working on right now is Workday, and getting that rolled out.
Awesome. Okay, well, we are running low on time, so I'm gonna wrap this up with two last questions here. Could you talk a little bit about self-service and self-healing and how that might play a role in the democratization of IT brought on by SaaS?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, obviously, democratization is all about giving power to the people. It used to be that IT was, they were the gatekeepers because it was necessary. Most people weren't exposed to technology on a daily basis. Now, technology sort of permeates our lives. Everybody has a cell phone or a smartphone. Everyone's using a computer all the time. And so that allowing people to use the tools that they want to work the way they want accelerates their or improves their productivity, and self-healing keeps them working, right? If you can self-heal things and fix things immediately as soon as the problems come up, then you run into less work stoppages. It's all about efficiency and IT enabling the business and creating more opportunities for people to work the way they want to and avoid interruptions in their work. Yeah,
I love that. Okay, well, as I said, running a bit short, so just to wrap it up here, could you let us know if somebody wants to get started with Better Cloud? Now, you kind of gave us some context at the end, maybe just reiterate what are the first steps, next steps for somebody who either wants to get started or just wants to get a bit more information.
Yeah, you can go to our website, and there's a place, a link there to book a demo, and you click on that, give us your information, and someone from our team will reach out to you and get that set up. Also, there's quite a bit more information on our website, www.bettercloud.com, and we hope to hear from you.
That's awesome. And for those of you whose questions we didn't get to today, please do keep in mind that BetterCloud will be following up with you. So keep those questions coming in. We love seeing that. And Peter, thank you again. This was just an awesome presentation.
Thanks so much.
All right. Well, big thank you again to Peter and to everyone who filled out the poll or asked a question. Again, love seeing those come in. If you are interested in learning about the options from BetterCloud, obviously, follow the instructions Peter just gave us. But also, you can click into the handout section and you can see a PDF from BetterCloud that's going to kind of walk you through some of these different options and what might be the best thing for you. So do check that out, again, in the handouts tab. Okay. Well, we are already at another prize giveaway today. So our next winner of the Amazon gift card, and again, this is a $500 Amazon gift card, is going to Ivan Leung from Texas. Ivan Leung from Texas. Congratulations, Ivan. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the event. But for now, we're going to head into our next session here, cruising right along. Okay, so for our next session in today's MegaCast event, we are so excited to welcome Rob Beeler, co-founder and CTO at Trava. Rob, thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks, Jessica. I'm excited to be here and to talk to everybody about how Trava can help get your cyber risk under control.
Yeah, it's going to be a great conversation, and I think segues nicely from what we were just talking about. So I'm going to hand the mic over to you, Rob.
Great. So as Jessica mentioned, I'm Rob Beeler. I'm CTO and co-founder at Trava. I've been in the software business for about 30 years in technical leadership roles at a number of companies, including startups and enterprise SaaS players, mostly in the storage and security space. Now, my co-founder Jim Goldman and I started Trava because we felt really strongly that there was a better way to look at cyber risk comprehensively, and that many of the tools and techniques that are common at the enterprise ought to be available at smaller companies. So that's really what drove us and what drives us today. So today, I'm going to talk about three things. First, we're going to talk about some of the common attributes we see in SaaS companies today that impact their security posture. Second, we're going to talk about some of the challenges that companies see. And while we're going to focus on some SaaS-specific challenges, I think you'll see that many of these are really applicable to all companies. And finally, we're going to talk about how Trava can help you overcome some of those challenges. So let's talk about the SaaS landscape. When we talk to customers and look at trends in the industry, there's some common things we see. I mean, first, SaaS companies tend to move incredibly quickly to deliver value to their customers. This is a business necessity for most companies today, though in the software world, it's really pronounced. 1 to 2 week sprints are common, and most companies are moving toward more automation through continuous integration, continuous delivery. And while this can help a business thrive, it can also expose a company to security gaps if they don't plan and test properly. So one approach that software companies use to move quickly is to leverage third-party tools and libraries. And this lets them leverage work that's already been done and avoid reinventing the wheel. Instead, lets them focus on adding business value. And while this can be a huge productivity boost for development teams, it also provides another path for vulnerabilities to creep into products. And I think we all experienced this firsthand recently with the Log4j incident. So another trend we're seeing in the SaaS companies is really companies are collecting and storing massive amounts of data, and some of it's sensitive in nature. With this data comes the responsibility of managing and securing it properly. And regulatory agencies have stepped up requirements on the handling of this data, and we expect that to continue. So it's another area, a trend we're seeing, as companies grow, a common path is for them to move up into larger markets and larger customers. Now, these customers often have sophisticated security organizations, and they're sensitive to the security of their vendors. It's not uncommon for larger companies to require a security questionnaire or an attestation of a company's security posture before they'll do business with them. So that can impact a lot of companies. And then finally, if you're a growing company, you require more people, and generally you're hiring pretty fast right now. As new team members come on board, it's critical that they understand the security posture and focus of a company. And new employees are generally inundated with a lot of information, so they can be an easy target for hackers. So let's talk a little bit about what's being some of the stats in the industry. Clearly, the risk of cyber attacks is a growing one, and it's not one that's expected to subside anytime soon. And what's often misunderstood, and you can see in this middle statistic, is what a breach can really cost a company, both in real cost and in reputational damage as well. So what are some of the challenges that we're seeing and we're working with customers on? I think you may not have all of these, but these are very common across not only SaaS companies, but all companies. One of the first is just trying to figure out where to start. Security can really be overwhelming, especially if you're already overwhelmed running your business. And without security expertise, it's difficult to know what gaps to close first. And that expertise is not only expensive, it's hard to find. Finding and retaining good security people is really a huge challenge for all companies. Another challenge that companies are facing is keeping up with security threats. The security is an incredibly dynamic field, and the threat landscape changes on a daily basis. So trying to understand the implications of new threats can turn into a full-time job. So as we mentioned earlier, as you move up the food chain to larger and more sophisticated customers, it's becoming more and more common to have to fill out complex security questionnaires. That's another full-time job for some companies. Finally, let's talk about cyber insurance and two challenges that we are seeing more and more companies face. First is the growing requirement for companies to have cyber coverage for contractual or regulatory reasons. More and more companies and government agencies are requiring that you be protected against cyber threats. And the second issue is really the rates for cyber coverage are rising rapidly, mostly due to the volume of attacks and payouts the industry's seen. Coupled with that is the trend of carriers of lowering available coverages and excluding more risk via sublimits. So clearly, these are challenging times for companies in relation to cybersecurity. So let's talk about one of our customers and how they saw this issue. Our friends at Casted note that their valuation is really tied to many things, but one of those is security. And their board and investors look at this, and that concern flows down to their vendors as they need to ensure that the vendors they work with don't cause them to be breached. So, this is a real problem that companies see. So let's talk about now, how can Trava help? What is Trava and how can we help overcome some of these challenges and provide a comprehensive way to manage your risk? So we do that in three steps. The first is automated risk assessment platform to help identify security exposures. So we can automatically measure and detect the posture of your company based on exposures we can find both internally and externally. We also provide mitigation and advisory services to help you understand what's most important, how to close gaps, and help you develop a roadmap for how you can improve your posture. Now, this is a really critical piece as again, cybersecurity can be overwhelming. It's often difficult for companies who are focused on their business to know what's the right steps. And then finally, we provide cyber insurance to help transfer residual risk. So let's talk a little bit about how it works. So our assessment platform, which we'll talk about first, is really designed to be simple and intuitive for even non-security users, while still providing the kind of data and insights that are needed to fix issues when they arise. Our assessment approach is comprehensive and covers these three key areas. First, we'll do vulnerability scanning to detect issues in your environment, and we do this both internally and externally. And this is a key piece of understanding your security posture and knowing what tactical problems to fix. Second, we'll do risk assessment surveys. And with this, we're looking at industry standard frameworks and comparing your company to that to see where your maturity level is. And then finally, we will do phishing simulation to test how your employees will react to simulated attacks. So let's step through the platform, and I'm going to show you how that looks and how that works. So we'll start with our security dashboard. So this is what you see when you log in, and it's going to provide an at-a-glance view of your current security posture based on data we've collected across all three areas of assessment. So we normalize and classify data we collect from many sources, and this really gives you a consistent view of any issues that are found. So instead of you having to go out and use a bunch of different tools to measure your security and then figure out how they all relate, we do that for you. And then the other thing you'll notice on this screen, we're going to provide a list of action items. And these are the top issues that need your attention. So our goal here is really to help you focus on what's most critical. As we know, all organizations have limited resources, so you need to focus on what's most important. Okay, so let's jump in and I'll show you how we do each of these assessments and how we collect this data. And we'll start with vulnerability scanning. So with vulnerability scanning, we really have two different ways to do this, two different levels. One is a rapid test that we call the cyber risk checkup. And then we have a more comprehensive scan, which I'll talk about in a minute. The cyber risk checkup is an assessment that runs in a matter of minutes and can provide really rapid feedback on key external issues, such as sensitive open ports, insecure certificates, breached emails. And this is often used as a quick check to test for any significant external issues. Now, our full assessment is really a comprehensive scan across your environment, both externally and internally. And this includes a number of different scans. We'll do external perimeter scanning, we'll do certificate discovery and grading, we'll do a comprehensive search of the dark web, and we look at over 200 sites to look for evidence of past breach with your company. We will do internal scans, and we can do that via either an agent that you load on your machines or a virtual appliance. We can do public cloud scanning for your AWS, GCP, or Azure environments, Microsoft 365 scanning. And then finally, if you have an application that you host, we can do dynamic application testing for that. So key thing for us, we want to make this simple for our customers. We've made it really easy to configure each scan, and it's easy to enable the types of scans that make sense for your environment. So we're firm believers that most security solutions are too complex. So our goal is to keep the setup as simple and as intuitive as possible. So and another thing to understand here, this is an area we're continually expanding our scanning engine to include more sources and to adapt to changing threat conditions. Our security experts are constantly monitoring the industry and threat landscape, which makes it easy for you to stay current. So doing an assessment is great, but you need to do it more than once. You need to continue to scan on an ongoing basis, so we make that easy to do. So you just configure your scan selections once and set your scanning interval, and we'll alert you each time an assessment is completed. So let's take a quick look at the kind of results we provide from our vulnerability scanning. So what you'll see here at the top is an executive summary that gives you a high-level overview of your results, as well as a list of specific issues we found, and they're sorted in priority order. So this list can be searched and filtered to narrow your focus to what's most important to you. And if there's a vulnerability found that's mitigated by the controls, you can flag that issue so it won't show up in future scans. If we drill down into a vulnerability, we'll show you insight on the issue, such as what the threat is, what impact it might have if exploited, and how to fix the problem. And this is a key aspect to our solution, not just in our product itself, but with our services. We really can help you understand the implication of issues. So you'll also notice here, if a patch or a vendor reference is available, we're going to provide that. And then while we provide extensive information about the issues we find, our security team is also available to help you interpret the results and develop a plan for fixing issues. Okay, so now we're gonna switch gears and talk about security controls. And there are a number of industry standard frameworks out there that we use to help assess how you're doing against those against the standards. We use standards from organizations like CIS and NIST, and we do this in form of an online questionnaire that steps you through the control areas of each standard. Now you can choose the standard that best applies to your business. And while we have these scans available now, we're working on other scans, such as using standards like SOC and CMMC. So we'll be expanding this to include, other ways to evaluate your company. So for the survey, the questionnaire, it's a simple process. We'll go through each control area, and we show those along the top. And we're going to ask you specific questions about each subcontrol that's included, and we'll only include the ones that are applicable. For each subcontrol, you'll indicate the maturity in that area, what your company's maturity is, from you're not doing this at all to you're doing it really well. And then we'll automatically step you through the next applicable question. Now, once you've completed the survey, we're going to show you a summary of your overall maturity risk relative to the standard. We're going to show you a prioritized list of improvements you should consider, and we're going to give you guidance on how you can fix those issues or how you can close those gaps. So again, this is another case where our security team can work closely with you to lay out a specific roadmap for addressing issues. So our final area of assessment is our social engineering or our phishing simulation. Since social engineering attacks account for a large percentage of breaches, we've integrated a phishing simulation tool to help assess your organization. So you can start a phishing campaign to test your employees. You can choose from a broad range of templates, that are to test your employees' response to different attack types. And this is a list that's continuously changing, so you can switch up what your users are seeing. And then during your simulation, you can target your entire company. You can target individuals, departments, or any other kind of group. So it makes it easy to design tests that are specific to somebody's role in the company and what attacks they may be most likely to see. So after the phishing simulation is ended, we're going to provide you with, again, a normalized score that's going to correlate with the other assessments we've done. We're going to show you some high-level stats, but then we're going to show you the details of how each person responded. So you can tell who opened each email, whether they clicked a link, whether they reported the issue as phishing. And if the user does click on a phishing link, we will direct them through a short training video to help them identify and avoid phishing attacks in the future. So that's an overview of the functionality in our platform. But really beyond that, a really important aspect of what Trava provides is that personal assistance in interpreting the results and helping you develop a plan to remediate issues. Just beyond providing a list of issues, we partner with you to help you improve your security posture and to reach your business goals. So that can range from just helping you read through the results to we can run assessments for you. We can guide you through external security questionnaires or compliance preparation. To ultimately, we can also serve as your virtual CISO for ongoing security support. As part of our services, we provide detailed reporting that you can use both for internal planning as well as evidence to share with vendors and others. And this is just an example of the kind of data that's included in one of the reports we provide. So had some great success helping companies like you in overcoming security challenges and unlocking their business. And here's what a few of our customers had to say about their experience with Trava and how it impacted their business. I'll mention one, our friends at Encamp, and they help their customers with environmental compliance. They were faced with a daunting security audit from an enterprise customer they were pursuing. We were able to help them short circuit that process and allow them to bring that business in much faster than if they had done it on their own. So some key takeaways. The first is, we can help you, Trava can help you identify and prioritize your cyber risk. And we can help you from a personalized support perspective, really help you tailor a plan to improve your security and meet your business goals. And finally, we can help transfer that risk with cyber insurance. Every company is different. Your security needs are different. And Trava can help you chart your course to better security. So I wanted to, real quickly, before we jump to questions, kind of lay out how we deliver our products. And the key here, we have several packages, subscriptions to our platform and our services. And they really range from a self-service access to our platform, where you do the scanning and interpret the results, to full comprehensive and ongoing support with our services team, and can really help you design a plan that fits your exact business. I do want to call out that as a special offer to attendees today, you'll receive a 10% discount off our Accelerate package. That's our most popular offering. That includes access to our assessment platform, ongoing cyber risk management service, and the discount on cyber insurance. So you can click on the QR code there to get more information. Okay, with that, I want to thank everybody for attending and open it up to questions.
Well, thanks, Rob. That was a very interesting presentation, and I'm so happy that you can stick around and answer some questions with us. Actually, Rob, one of the things I have to say I love you called out early on was that this is not just an issue for large companies. I think smaller businesses, I was just getting my hair cut the other week, and my hairstylist told me that their salon had gotten a ransomware attack, and they had no idea. They hadn't even thought about it because they just figured they were off the radar. They were so small.
Yeah, smaller companies are becoming a bigger and bigger target for cyber attacks. I mean, there's a couple reasons. One is they're generally a little less sophisticated about security, and the bad guys know that. So they know it's quite a bit easier to infiltrate their organization and wreak havoc. And some of the large organizations are really well equipped. They have teams of security people to protect them. And there's also the smaller companies, while it may be a smaller amount of money, they're just often is a little less resistance. And this is why we think it's really critical that every company, regardless of their size, have some focus on security and help and work toward making it better. And that kind of brings up another key point. It's often very overwhelming to start, but the thing to remember is you just have to gradually improve. You don't have to solve all of your problems day one. You just have to continue to chip away at them and get better and better.
Yeah, that's a great reminder, and just kind of taking it one step at a time. Well, we have a ton of questions here. We're definitely not going to get to all of them, but I'm going to try to pull out a few for us here. So could you talk about this? This is an interesting one. How do you suggest IT builds trust with upper management, especially when it comes to, as Rob said it, risking the crown jewels?
Yeah, it's a great question. One of the things you can do, quite self-serving, is you can have an outside, you can have a third-party tool or vendor to help you, assess security and provide that. So it's not just you saying, hey, I think we need to do more and more. It's, hey, look, here are the kind of issues that we have, and here's the risk to the organization if we don't address these. And I think upper management is becoming smarter and smarter and smarter about the risk, and they're seeing the risk in the media. But having data to back it up and to say, look, here's where we are now, here's where we need to get, and here's the way we're going to do it, generally will help build that trust.
Awesome. I actually think that there's a couple of questions in here about the cybersecurity insurance. So I just want to dig into that a little bit. Rob here is also wondering if the cybersecurity insurance is just a marketplace of existing product or if you're underwriting. And then a follow-up question that we got from Bradford, kind of wondering if the partnerships that you're creating are going to then reduce the premium for an enterprise.
Yeah, and this is really kind of gets to the heart of one of the reasons we created Trava, was to kind of ease that gap between cybersecurity and cyber insurance. In terms of what we offer, we actually have our own. We do provide our own insurance. We work with a carrier to provide that. So we are part of the underwriting process. We also have access to other carriers. So if that doesn't work for you, we have another 10 carriers that we can put quotes out to. And in terms of the rates and where that's going, I mean, that's our ultimate goal, is to really have a direct impact of, kind of the safe driver discount model of you've reduced your security risk over the year, so your renewal is lower, or when you go to underwrite, your posture is good, so you get a lower rate. What I would say is, with the rates going the way they are, a lot of this data will help you just get insurance, right? Because there's more and more companies that are struggling to get it or to get the coverage level that they need. This kind of data will be required long-term for insurance carriers. They're going to want more proof that you're secure. We're going to help you get there.
Well, I can't tell you how much I wish we could keep going with some of these questions, Rob, but I'm going to wrap up. And actually, what I want to do is go back to the slide that you had up here. There we go. I want to remind everyone about this awesome offer and give everyone a chance to make sure that they've got that in. While people are kind of doing that, can you, besides this as a next step, let people know if they did want to get started with Trava, and kind of what would be the next steps that you would recommend for more information or getting rolling?
Sure. Yeah. Well, you can visit our website. It's travasecurity.com, and we have, you have a couple options. You can actually start a free trial of our product, so you can go in and log in and test out our different kinds of assessments, our vulnerability scanning, our surveys, our phishing. So you can try all of that. You can also request a meeting with our security and insurance professionals, so they can talk to you about how you can put together a plan, what your insurance needs are, and how we can help meet those. So we're definitely eager to talk to you and hear what you need, so we can help you out.
I love that. Well, thank you again for an awesome presentation and just a really interesting Q&A. There are still lots of questions, so Rob and the Trava team will be following up with you guys, so don't despair and keep those questions coming in. Rob, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you again for joining us.
Thanks, Jessica. My pleasure.
All right. Well, at this point, I am going to hand the mic over to my fellow moderator, the wonderful David Davis, is here to take you through the rest of our sessions. Hi, David.
Hey, Jess. Great to be back on. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah. This has been awesome so far. We've heard from some, exciting new companies on the MegaCast today, so that's been a lot of fun, and we've got a lot of really innovative, exciting companies still to come up in today's event, so I encourage everyone to stay tuned. It's now time, as Jess said, for our next prize announcement. We have an Amazon $500 gift card, this one going to Amy Boxer from Connecticut. Congratulations, Amy Boxer from Connecticut. All right, so with that, I'm excited now to welcome our next presenter on the MegaCast. Welcome to Bassam Khan, Vice President of Product and Technical Marketing Engineering at Gigamon. Hey, Bassam, it's great to have you back on.
It's great to talk to you again, David, and hello, everybody.
Excellent. Well, take it away.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so we've got an action-packed session today. We're going to be talking about securing your cloud workloads, and we've heard about SaaS, we've heard of PaaS, and today's focus really is around IaaS and how we protect it. And before we jump into that, I wanted to have one slide on Gigamon. We are the most dominant what's called visibility analytic fabric, which the next generation is called deep observability pipeline. We were also known as network packet broker. That's the space we play in. It's visibility into your network traffic. We are deployed in over 4,200 sites. Some of the largest banks, some of the largest insurance companies, healthcare companies, 10 out of 10 top federal agencies have deployed us. But what we really are keen on are the global patents and our ability to innovate and establish ourselves in cutting edge and leading edge technologies, and then being able to turn that into something that our customers can use. So I'm going to go over a few slides, and I'm going to hopefully be able to jump into a demo that'll show you some of the latest cutting edge technologies that we have that I guarantee you have not seen ever before. And it's a very, very powerful technology, and it's catching on very, very quickly in the market. Before any of that, let me talk a little bit about security and security concerns that we hear from our customers. There's a ton of cloud migration work going on. We're sort of in the busy season for now and probably for the next 5 years. All the easy workloads have moved to the cloud. Now it becomes the much more complicated workloads moving into cloud. So if it's an email system, if it's an HR system, those very easily transportable into a SaaS environment. But when you start to look at cloud workloads, IaaS type of workloads, applications that need to be refactored, rebuilt, that's when we run into some concerns around is my cloud environment secure? So we delved into research recently. The number one concern continues to be security, and specifically around ransomware within security. Of course, there are constant stream of new vulnerabilities that we keep hearing about. So things like Log4j, it could be external vulnerabilities. It could also be internal vulnerabilities where a developer moved too fast. They opened up a console, and the console was not set up properly, was not configured properly. The third point is really interesting here on cryptocurrency mining. Google threat research team did a deep dive on Google GCP environments that were breached. The report came out end of last year, so November of last year. And 9 out of times that environment was breached, the attacker put some kind of a cryptocurrency mining into that system. So 86% of the time, they install cryptocurrency mining because that's the easiest route, and that is a real thing that's happening out there that we should be concerned about. When you talk to Gartner, they will say the main reason for this is really around ignoring the shared responsibility model. So when you have an IaaS environment, you're sharing the security responsibility along with the cloud service provider. Just like they don't guarantee that your application will run perfectly, they guarantee that the servers will be up. Same thing with security. They don't guarantee the end-to-end security for your application. And that used to be easy to do, except our infrastructure has been changing massively. So let me kind of turn the clock back about 10, 15 years here. This is what our network looked like. Now, we had a bunch of tools that we deployed in the data center that needed access to the network traffic. So what do? We deployed and we put in span ports, tap ports. We collected all of the data for all the tools, whatever data they need to see, except the network keeps changing, infrastructure keeps changing all the time. So we get a bigger and bigger and bigger spaghetti mess. So Gigamon came along. The way we are built, and this is one of the innovations we did when we were founded, you plug in Gigamon one time into your infrastructure, and then we will send the data to tools. So we say that don't bring your tool to the data, bring your data to the tools. And simply put, this is something that Gigamon's been providing a lot of value to our customers, except now the world continues to change. It doesn't look like that anymore. Now we've got hybrid multi-cloud in our environment where I have to reinvent a lot of the tooling. Now I've got this kind of similar situation starting up in cloud, and then now you bring in 5G for corporate networks, you bring in IoT, OT, and increased adoption. We're seeing an exponential growth in adoption of IoT, OT, driven by 5G, driven by other technologies as well. Then throw on top of that zero trust, where the policies can change on a dime. So, for example, I want to decrypt traffic and send it to these tools, and the policy changes. Now I should not be sending decrypted traffic to these tools. Now I should be sending maybe masked traffic that's somewhat decrypted or partially decrypted. So these policies change all the time, and zero trust is a big driver of what we're hearing from our customers. The last point here, according to, again, Gartner, there will be 1.8 data center renovations upgrades done per large organization in 2022. So that's a lot of turmoil. So our good old comfortable zone has changed, and the need for network visibility becomes greater than ever before. And that's where Gigamon comes in. On the left-hand side, you've got your infrastructure. There's lots of communication, lots of data in motion happening there. On the right-hand side, you've got a whole slew of tools that needs access to that data in order for it to function. And that's where Gigamon comes in. So rather than plugging each tool into the infrastructure, you're plugging in Gigamon to the infrastructure, and then we're able to send the traffic to any tool out there. And not only do we send the traffic, the basic functions will access the traffic no matter what the platform is. A lot of platforms, cloud platforms, even on-premises platforms, VMs and containers, they have different types of access mechanisms. They have different types of orchestration tools, different types of scaling up and scaling down types of tools. So we worry about that. You don't have to worry about getting visibility into data in motion. Then we'll broker to any tool on the right-hand side, and quite often we'll do some transformations, anywhere from deduplicating packets, filtering, masking. There's all kinds of technologies there, including TLS decryption, all the way up to TLS 1.3. So depending on what the tool needs, we'll send it precisely that right data to the tool, and no matter where that tool is running. There's also an analysis part, so through deep packet inspection, we will provide what we call deep observability pipeline. Will provide metadata about the traffic, up to 5,000 different metadata attributes. And I will close this session with a quick demo of what that actually looks like. So hopefully this makes sense. So this is mostly about brokering packets. So I'm going to jump next into the analysis part as well. And this is the new technology that we're trailblazing in, and we're getting a tremendous amount of adoption by our customers. So we launched this sort of end of last year, roughly. It's the ability to extract out metadata for cloud workloads. And now we've partnered with several observability vendors. So I'm sure most of you have some level of observability tools that's doing some function. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to show you how Gigamon with network observability, deep observability pipeline complements your tools that use Melt. So as you know, Melt is metrics, events, logs, and traces, and that's what all of the observability tools currently that's monitoring cloud workload are designed to work off of. They're not designed to ingest packets. They're not designed, it's just too much volume, it's just something that they don't do. So having Melt data is really good for going deep into any host that the agent's running on, right? It's very, very effective. You can pinpoint, grab exactly the right data, so the volume's kind of low. Except what happens is you're missing out on unmanaged devices. You're missing out on if you put a host, an agent on that host, it's going to consume some level of resources for that host that it's running on. And also, a lot of times an attacker will mess with the Melt data. So one of the common attack techniques, one of the first steps an attacker does when they get in is they'll turn down logging, or they'll do other things to turn down their footprint. And that's possible to do using Melt, but that is not possible to do using network communications, whether it's for C2 or lateral movement, whatever it might be. Network is what we call the ground truth, the ultimate source of data itself. So that's great. So we provide visibility network data. What does it actually look like? So this is the one technical diagram I have before I jump into the demo. When you look at any of these observability tools, so New Relic, Datadog, Dynatrace, could be Sumo Logic, could be Splunk, could be any of these tools, they are basing their data on Melt that they're ingesting based on some agent that's running on a host. Typically, 99% of the cases, this is what it looks like, the agent sending over data. Where Gigamon comes in is we complement that data by tapping either through our virtual tap or supporting native taps like AWS VPC mirroring, packet mirroring from Google. We'll support whatever the native access mechanism is. We'll take the data in what we call vSeries, it's called the Cloud Suite, and at that point, we'll extract out metadata about the traffic, and we'll send it using the New Relic agent, using Datadog agent, whatever it might be, to provide additional visibility into what's going on not just on the host, but across the host communications. And guess what? This is not for just managed hosts. This is for unmanaged hosts as well. These are could be for BYO. It could be for apps that don't have the agent, that don't have the SDK attached to it. It could be for IoT. It could be for a printer. It could be for heart monitor. It could be for a fish tank Wi-Fi unit. It doesn't matter. So what all of this brings to our customers, and this is what's being adopted super quickly nowadays, is basically visibility into all traffic, not just north-south, but east-west, visibility into unmanaged hosts as well, not just managed hosts. And it's a way to leverage the customer's investment on their observability tool. I'm going to show a demo on New Relic, but again, we support other observability and STIM tools as well. The use cases are just now starting to build. I'll show you a bunch of use cases, but it goes way deeper. So anywhere from finding cryptocurrency mining, finding suspicious activities. I won't get into the nuances of port spoofing, but it's one of the attack techniques. Detecting, are there any certificates, TLS certificates that are going to expire in the next week, next month coming up? So a lot of talking but sound. What does this actually look like? So I am going to attempt to share my screen here. So hopefully you can see a lot of little icons here. I will go into the demo itself. So keep in mind, what we're showing in this demo is Gigamont's integration. Oops, I need to log in. Integration into New Relic and more. There we go. Nope. Okay. So we've built a dashboard based on what we call agentless views. So this is based on our data that we were tapping, if you remember the mechanism. So we're actually looking at the network data, not data derived from an agent that's running on a host. And there's quite a bit that you can do with this data once you bring it in. So remember, this is not a security tool per se, but we're bringing security functionality to these tools to have another layer of defense in our customers' defense in depth posture. So what version of SSL are running? Are there any weak ciphers? Is there SSL 1.0 running out there, which sometimes actually this might even be a 1.0. So now we're bringing in data, not just from managed but unmanaged hosts, on things that are really hard to get otherwise about that infrastructure, about that application, about that network, about the whatever's happening, whether it's cloud, hybrid cloud, multi-cloud, on-prem, doesn't matter because we're looking at network traffic. DHCP, is there any DHCP poisoning or DHCP spoofing going on? External DHCP resolutions that are happening for hijacked kinds of environments. What are the applications that are running? We identify over 3,000 different applications. What are the DNS queries happening? Is there any, I meant to say DNS spoofing going on? Who are the top talkers? HTTP response code. So what are the codes coming back? If we see a spike in, I forget if it's like 402 or something, that implies that there might be some bot type of traffic coming in. HTTP response time, this is the one non-security related use case that basically says, you know what, if we see a spike in some HTTP response time, but my TCP has stayed flat, guess what? That's not a networking problem. That is an application problem that's spanning multiple tiers, let's say. This is where it starts to get even more interesting. Now we can see any kind of suspicious traffic. So there are about 13 or 15 different types of cryptocurrency mining that we can detect and report to our customers. So anywhere from Monero, Bitcoin, Ethereum, a bunch of others. And it's also, we also look for shadow IT or suspicious traffic like BitTorrent, any kind of P2P. It doesn't matter. We're able to find all of this based on looking at the network traffic, SMB movements, and so on. So I can keep going on this dashboard. These are some use cases. Let me touch on something else that's kind of cool, which is CISA. So security is not static. So there's some dashboards. What's really cool about this integration is that there are these advisories that come out every so often, like every year there's a new advisory that comes out, or sometimes more often if there's like a Log4j SolarWinds. This is what to do for that. And if you look at these advisories, like for example, this one from CISA, they have a really specific steps they recommend people take. So, disable SMB1, SMB2, watch out for these ports if you see any traffic, if you see a spike in SMB traffic. These are things to watch out for when there's activities related to ransomware happening in your environment. So that's great. That document comes out. So what we did and what our customers are able to do now is turn on a dime by creating, let's say, a CISA dashboard or enhancing their existing dashboard to include this CISA guideline. So if there's any SMB version 1 running, boom, you've got an alert based on the network visibility that we get, not just for managed, for all hosts. We get to see any kind of SMB1, SMB2 version 2 traffic still happening. Our DP connections going on, suspicious ports. So if there's somebody that's, let's say, operating over port 22, which is SSH port, sending that traffic over port 443, pretending that it's HTTPS traffic, that's a red flag. That's at least a yellow flag, if nothing else. Things to watch out for: SMB spikes in SMB transactions that we looked at. So that's one example. This is not meant to be the comprehensive list. So if there's, for example, when Log4j came out, Gigamon, we actually published an advisory end of last year that said, here's some things to watch out for Log4j. So the point of all of this is not any specific dashboard. The point of all of this is the power that customers get using an existing tool to do new functionalities around security, to expand the visibility of that existing tool into unmanaged hosts as well. So very, very powerful visibility, and then the ability to turn on a dime and create new dashboards that basically will pull in data based on network transactions. And I didn't show the Gigamon part of this. If there's another metric, for example, you wanted an SSL name or SSL host name, you simply go into Gigamon's tool, you check off host name, and it'll show up in your query. It's just a simple SQL query that I won't get into right now, in your observability tool. So the end-to-end visibility is very, very dynamic. You can simply say, I want this attribute and these 10 other attributes. And as I mentioned, we provide over 5,000 attributes, and they all come through really fast into these types of tools. Very, very cool stuff. So with that, what I just wanted to close the session with is to say that there's a lot of visibility that network provides. It's network-derived intelligence, what it's called, that we also call deep observability pipeline. And there's a lot of visibility that now cloud owners are finding, like, holy cow, I kind of ignored the network all along because I don't need to worry about SLAs because my CSP provides SLAs. But there's value in looking at network traffic for security reasons, for finding unwanted activities, and just for general troubleshooting. So that's the big trend that we've seen out there. Does that make sense, David? Did I cover most of the topics here?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's a great point. A really cool demo. I love the interface. So visually appealing. And I mean, the use case, I think, for this just grows stronger and stronger every day for cloud network visibility. Because, I mean, as you said, people, they put applications in there, maybe start small, and then over time, as it grows, they're like, oh, wait, we've got to have this visibility. These are critical applications. So great points. Great points.
That's exactly right. And the visibility changes because visibility need is there because everything changes in the cloud. You get a new development organization that starts up with some business unit. They're writing their apps. There's new VMs that keep popping up and scaling up. All of a sudden, you go from 10 VMs to 500 VMs because the application is just taking off. Staying ahead of that is very, very tricky. What Gigamon allows our customers to do is to build the walls or build sort of the railings around that. So you have visibility into what's happening within those VMs versus trying to monitor each VM. So whether it's scaling up, scaling down, it doesn't matter. And infrastructure changing, that's what network visibility brings to our customers.
Absolutely. And I'm sure, some folks kind of have the assumption that the cloud provider the network is just so bulletproof. Maybe they don't need this sort of visibility, initially. And then once they get into it, they're like, oh, wait, this isn't as bulletproof as we thought it was. We really need to know what's going on. We need to be able to troubleshoot. Maybe the cloud provider points the finger back at us, and we need to have the evidence to point the finger back at them. And, you need that kind of insight.
It's MTTI, mean time to innocence, is a really important part of our jobs out there.
Right, I like that.
How quickly can we find where that problem resides?
Absolutely. And I mean, you don't want your customers and your applications and your company to suffer, while you're waiting to get that resolved. So I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Gigamon solution? We do want to get your feedback on this. What next step would you like to take? Would you like some additional information, data sheet, white papers, case studies? Would you like details on exactly the licensing pricing model? You want to get your own personal demo, get all your questions answered, or just try this out for yourself? We do want to get your feedback. Lots of good questions coming in. Let's see. First question, I'll start off with this one. Rob is asking, in general, is Gigamon a virtual security appliance? Do you call it that, or is that just one piece of the puzzle?
Question. Yeah, so we are the infrastructure underneath any tool you have, whether security tools, you have monitoring tools, you have observability tools like I just showed. So we are the foundational. If you look at something like a zero trust assumes what we call implicit trust. Zero trust assumes that you have visibility into all traffic, all API requests going on, whether it's north, south, or east, west. Now, getting access to those requests that are going east, west, Gigamon is a tool that ensures, it's a platform that ensures that all of your tools are seeing all the traffic without blind spots. So that is the main function of Gigamon. That's what Gigamon, what we call GigaView, provides, is visibility into all information. We also have a specific security tool called Threat Insight, which is a unique guided SaaS NDR. It's a network detection response tool. What we heard from our customers is that there's a lot of threats on the networks. Rather than just delivering the data, can you provide more visibility and understanding into threats, what's going on? That's a whole other topic. I'll skip over that for now, but it's another area of Gigamon that's been growing really fast is our NDR tool itself. But in summary, the foundation, the Gigamon values of being a foundation to every tool to make sure that the tools are seeing the data that they need.
Excellent. Yeah, and I bet that's something a lot of folks don't realize is that Gigamon has an NDR tool. It's not just visibility. There's more to it than that. So that's cool. Another good question here. They're asking, does this integrate with any sort of Active Directory or LDAP to identify who these people are that are taking these actions on the network?
Whoever asked that question has really sharp eyes because they probably saw IP addresses right now. This demo version that I'm demoing on and this demo environment that we have is running as sort of almost like two different instances, one for New Relic dataset and one for Gigamon. There's something called entity synthesis model, which this particular demo did not integrate into. With when you deploy this at a customer site or at a production site for any IT, the data coming in will automatically be fitting into the entity model for the observability tool that people have in place, and you will start to see everything that you get from that host. Everything you get from New Relic, let's say, about that host, whether it's name, location, you get all of that information coming in. Now, for unmanaged hosts, there's no way for us, we don't integrate into LDAP, and so those will remain as IP addresses, but they're somewhat easy lookups to do, again, based on the observability tools, which is already plugged into a lot of these. So we tend to provide the data and the intelligence about the traffic as far as doing the analytics on it, doing the querying, the alerting, the dashboarding. That's where Gigamon relies on partners like Datadog, New Relic, and Dynatrace, and Sumo, and many others. Great question. Great eyes.
Got it. Okay. And so you mentioned integration, a number of integrations right there with partners. A kind of follow-up question here: does Gigamon integrate with SIEM or a security platform like that?
Yes, absolutely. So all the major ones. So Splunk, Sumo Logic, QRadar. So we can export this metadata using IPFix, if you're geeky, IPFix or Ceph or JSON, whatever the ingestion mechanism might be. So we will, and a lot of times it might just be NetFlow type of information coming in. NetFlow is very lightweight, so it's 5 tuples. It's very, very small handful of metadata. We can go much, much deeper. And the reason for going deeper and the reason for having this product is that we make SIEMs much, much more efficient. So rather than sending a flood of NetFlow, much less packets, which would kind of kill your builds, we can send it very, very precise data. So let's say I want to find out, as I'm touching this before, how many hosts are out there where the TLS certificate is going to expire in the next week, next month. By looking at the network traffic, we can instantly say, Mr. Splunk, or whatever, Datadog, whatever it might be, here's what you see. Here's a list of all the hosts that are going to have TLS certificates that are going to expire. So it just makes your SIMs much, much more targeted, much more precise versus ingesting higher volumes of data than they need to.
Got it. Yeah, absolutely. More efficient, and that's going to lead to more efficiency for the person using the SIM to resolve those types of troubles and security alerts.
And I've yet to meet a SIM owner that says, I don't pay enough for my SIM.
Right. Chris is asking, if I have multiple locations, do I need more than one Gigamon to monitor and get visibility for different locations? Would they put like virtual or physical taps out at these multiple locations? How does that work?
Excellent, insightful question. Thank you for the question, Chris. So Gigamon, we provide either physical hardware for data centers, that's the old school Gigamon, or virtual mechanisms to our customers. It runs in your VM, it runs in your instances, so you own the product. There isn't really a cloud service per se, just kind of want to settle that. Now, once you get our product, there's something called Cloud Suite, which is what we call vSeries or Cloud Suite. That's the intelligence of the product. How the traffic comes into the intelligence is completely up to our customers. So if our customers choose to use VPC mirroring in AWS, we can ingest that packet. We can send it to as many destinations as that traffic as you need to, one for NDR, one for full packet capture, one for IDS. It doesn't matter. We'll clean up the traffic along the way as well. Whether to deploy this tap, which is an agent, which is something that runs inside VMs or instances, that's up to you and how you want to manage that. Most of our customers tend to decentralize the tap so that the traffic moving between zones is filtered and it's optimized to a certain extent. They can even put our whole vSeries out, the Cloud Suite out in the different areas so that the traffic going between is filtered, optimized, and if it's coming, let's say, even some back on-prem, either through direct link or some other way, we support that very much as well. The notion here is to be able to see all the traffic using our tap, again, or using native tap, and be able to filter and optimize them, how much bandwidth is being consumed, because not all tools need to see all traffic in full packet form. They need to see partial traffic, they need to see maybe some ports, some TCP ports, or NetFlow, or some metadata. So that's what we worry about, is to collect everything, get everything, and send exactly the right tool to the right traffic to the right tool with the cost minimization as much as possible.
Smart, very smart. I like that. What about insight into containers?
Yes, we provide insight into containers as well. So basically using either your orchestration or our orchestration tools, our management tool, you can deploy the virtual tap into Kubernetes worker nodes. Then with that, we'll provide visibility into the managed workloads and running in the Docker containers. It, of course, auto-scales as ephemeral pods are proliferating and they're moving around. We worry about that. We just make sure that all of the network communication gets sent out. So yes, we do container visibility. This is one of the unique things that our customers have brought us in for, because that is a blind spot. That is an east-west blind spot, and it's becoming more and more as the adoption of Kubernetes goes higher and higher.
Very nice. Pete's asking, can you identify rogue VMs in the infrastructure?
We can identify all VMs, and we are really good at extracting traffic out from VMs. Whether or not they're rogue VMs, whether what processes are running on those VMs, is it a cryptocurrency or whatever, if it's indicated on the network at a network level, then we can identify. So basically what we're doing to, let's say, find cryptocurrency from a rogue VM that somebody spun up, would be for us to do pattern matching on the traffic. If you know cryptocurrency, it's not a standard command and control type of a situation. It's much more quiet and a low and slow, and it doesn't generate logs. It doesn't generate melt information saying, hey, I'm here doing cryptocurrency mining. So they tend to be as stealthy as possible. If you look at the Tesla cryptocurrency Monero hack that happened a couple of years ago, they were modulating their CPU usage, so they stayed quiet when the VM was quiet. They went up when the VM went loud. So long answer to your question of do we identify rogue VMs? We don't identify rogue VMs. We identify what we're seeing on the network. And then it's other tools to say, you know what, Bassam was not supposed to start up a VM. What's he doing? We're not in that business. What we are in the business of is finding activities that are happening on those, and then helping your tools decide what to do with those activities.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Jeffrey's asking, is this available for download? Is there something, some piece of this that they could try out?
Really good question, Jeffrey. We are inches from CPPO, so having this on AWS Marketplace. Please do contact us. We can walk you through. There's a self-test drive. So if you go to our website, gigamon.com, you'll find a self-drive for AWS. We're enhancing that right now. It's a slightly older version, so it actually does look a lot better than what you see. But you do get to play with it. I would highly recommend just pick up the phone, call us up, or set up a time, and we'll walk you through it as well. There's a lot that I did not cover that a lot of our customers have been using Gigamon very extensively for.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Well, I'm afraid we're out of time in our live Q&A session here. There's a number of more technical questions maybe you can get back to, but great presentation, really cool demo. Thank you so much, Bassam, for being on.
My pleasure, and thank you, David. Thank you, everybody.
And thank you to the audience for all the excellent questions. Make sure that you check out the Handouts tab. It's there that you will find a link to the Gigamon Cloud Visibility brief right here. This is a really cool, really well done resource on closing the cloud visibility gap. So make sure that you check that out. You can download that and review it or share it after the event. All right, if you haven't answered the poll, I encourage you to do that now because I'm going to announce our next prize winners, and then we'll be moving on to our next presenter. Our next Amazon $500 gift card is going to Okan Saligan from California. Congratulations. And our next grand prize for an iPad Pro, this is going to Alec Malam from Texas. Congratulations, Alec Malam and Okan Saligan. You are our next prize winners. All right, and with that, it's now time for our next presenters on today's MegaCast. Welcome to Andy Fernandez, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Zerto, and Rick Sloan, Strategic Partner Director at Keepit. Andy and Rick, it's great to have you on. Andy, I'll hand it off to you first. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to today's ATM MegaCast. The focus is on protecting SaaS applications. And in this session, in combination with Zerto, a Hewlett-Packard Enterprise company, and Keepit, we're going to talk about ransomware recovery, the challenge, the pain points that organizations have, and how we're able to deliver a rapid ransomware recovery solution. My name is Andy Fernandez. I'm a Senior Manager of Product Marketing at Zerto, a Hewlett-Packard Enterprise company. And I'm also joined by Rick Sloan, a Strategic Partner Director at Keepit. We don't have a lot of time, and we do have a lot to discuss today, so let's get right to it. When we talk about ransomware now, it's not the same conversation we had 5 years ago. Conversation 5 years ago, 6, 7 years ago was a discussion that a lot of CISOs had. It was a discussion that organizations, some were aware of, but it really wasn't top of mind. You had file level encryptions, and it wasn't anything that was too dramatic. But if you fast forward, things have changed a lot. And I'm going to dive into a little bit on how those changes have happened in the increase in the volume of severity and the types of attacks that are coming every way. But one thing that we're showing here is how our position at Zerto, at Keepit Anywhere, has changed. And that is that it's not just about being a backup scenario, it's also a disaster recovery scenario with ransomware. If you think about it, the types of consequences that these attacks have on organizations fall in line with the consequences that organizations when they have hardware failures, hurricanes, wildfires, site outages, all of these things present the same challenges. Your applications are down, you don't have access to your data, and they can potentially cripple your business the longer they stay encrypted. But unlike other DR scenarios, with ransomware, there's not a run book that you can just follow. It's not a specific type of recovery. They can vary. We know that ransomware attacks continue to evolve. Their types of exploits vary. The way that they're able to infiltrate an organization changes. So there's no run book for this. And ultimately, there are also no geographical boundaries. We've seen 17 countries impacted by a single attack if we remember the WannaCry, the Petiovirus days as well. This shows you that as long as you're in an organization that conducts business, that uses technology, you are a potential victim for a ransomware attack. In fact, we know it will happen to every single organization, and I'll cover that in a bit as well. But let's talk a little bit about how ransomware has evolved. Right? I spoke about how 6-7 years ago was an interesting scenario. The threat was growing, but this was not top of mind. This is something the CISO, IT admins were aware of, but that was it. If you fast forward, things have changed. Last year, according to Cybersecurity Ventures, the average frequency of a ransomware attack was about every 11 seconds. They predict that in a decade, that'll be every 2 seconds. The total cost of ransomware last year was estimated anywhere from $20 to $25 billion. Now, Cybersecurity Ventures forecasts that in a decade, that'll 10x to $265 billion. So what we know here is that ransomware has become a serious threat, if not the most serious threat within cybersecurity and within IT. And it's no longer just something that security personnel are aware of, it's something that everyone is aware of. It is a mainstream media discussion. It is a board level challenge. It is something a CEO, CIO, and all the C-level are looking to solve for as well. It is now their problem, not just our problem anymore. So it really shows you how this has evolved, how it's become much more serious, and really bringing a lot of challenges and a lot of consequences to those organizations. If you think about the cost of recovery, it's not the cost of ransom, right? We advise organizations to never pay the ransom. FBI, everyone advises organizations not to pay the ransom. Some still do, but there's never a guarantee that you actually get that money back, or that data back. And even if you do, you might set yourself up for monthly recurring revenue on some of these cyber criminal syndicates. So everyone knows you shouldn't pay. But when we talk about the cost of recovery, it's not the cost of ransom. It's what is the impact to the organization? What does it cost, the labor, resource, and time requirements to recover? And that average cost right now is $1.85 million. But here's where it really comes from. From the moment that these applications and their data is encrypted to the moment that you get back up and running, what does that cost a lot of organizations? Or how long does it take for them to recover? The average right now, the mean data, is 21 days average disruption period of an attack. Think about that. That's unacceptable for modern organizations that need to be able to conduct business 24/7 and remain always on. And because of this 21-day average disruption period, which we know in certain scenarios is a lot longer depending on the type of attack, organizations suffered, 66% of them suffered significant revenue loss. And 25% of them, or a quarter of them, suffered a period of business closure. So it's very clear that it's not just about, can I afford $50,000 to $100,000 in Bitcoin to send these organizations? It's, can I afford to be down for 21 days? Can I afford to have a direct impact on the applications that help me conduct business, that help me pay my employees, that provide the tools for my employees to conduct business? So it brings a lot of challenges here that we need to be aware of. And that's why we need to truly invest not only in the prevention side of technology, which we've already been doing for a decade, but it's around also equally investing in recovery. And why is that? Well, the position that we take here is that with ransomware, it's not a matter of if, but when. We know it will happen based on the frequency of attacks, based on the volume of these attacks, and the incentive that these attackers have. Whether it's for-profit or state-backed, it doesn't matter. There is an incentive to attack. So all organizations are going to fall victim to this. So when that moment of encryption happens, is your organization able to recover? But here is the interesting piece. We've talked a lot about ransomware, and a lot of organizations, when we have this discussion, immediately assume it's just around their virtual applications, right? Their VMware environment, their Hyper-V environment, and the VMs that power these applications and the files within them that are a problem. But it's much beyond that. Just what we talked about, that the ransomware attacks, the targets that these cyber criminals have are much beyond virtual machines and virtualized applications. If we take a look from this stat, according to Gartner Research, by 2022, 70% of organizations will have suffered a business disruption due to an unrecoverable data loss in a SaaS application. There is this interesting infallibility that SaaS applications carry because maybe the reputation and the ethos of the vendors that they have. But the truth is that you are responsible for that data, as we've mentioned. And now we know that there are disruptions. There are scenarios where you have to be able to recover from, and that it does not exclude ransomware. So if we look at some of the reasons for data loss here, we know that human error is a huge component when it comes to losing SaaS data, whether that's an overwrite, accidental deletion, the maybe malicious or closing of accounts. But then you have the more malicious side, which is the hacking and insider threats, which right now are apparently at around 20% of that. Hacking being 13% of that, malicious deletions being 7% of that. The concept here is that as long as there are humans involved, working for these vendors, or humans incentivized to attack this data and gain or earn cryptocurrency from this, you're going to need a solution that allows you to recover your SaaS application data at your SLA standards and at your resilience requirements. If you think about it, we've seen a lot of notable attacks on the virtual side. We've even seen fileless malware starting to attack Kubernetes clusters. But that doesn't exclude SaaS either. We're starting to see very, very high profile attacks. For example, with an Acer, CAN Financial, JBS, Sinclair Broadcast Group, and so many of these others that are being attacked. So the statement here is ransomware attacks are coming. They are not explicit to virtual machines. They are also targeting SaaS data, and you need to be able to recover effectively from this. So with that in mind, I'm going to transition over to Rick Sloan now, and Rick is going to talk about how Zerto powered by Keepit enables organizations to quickly and securely recover from ransomware.
Andy, thank you so much. Thank you for helping everyone understand the need to have a third party protect their SaaS applications. Again, I'm Rick Sloan, Director of Strategic Partnerships here at Keepit. What I'm going to walk you through now is the solution for the Zerto backup for SaaS powered by Keepit on how to protect your SaaS applications. It's an easy to use white glove type service that offers granular recovery capabilities, unlimited retention, unlimited storage, most important, fully secure with immutability and compliance. And we are the only cloud dedicated to SaaS data protection. As you saw in the previous slide, and here also, we protect 4 key SaaS solutions: Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, Google Workspace, and Salesforce. And most recently, we're so proud and so excited to have launched in January support now for Azure Active Directory. So now we have the ability of correcting your crown jewels within your organization to make sure they're safe and recoverable. Being the only independent cloud dedicated to SaaS data protection, we have data centers around the globe. We leverage Equinix for the infrastructure. We own the stack. We do not see the data. We are not a NOC and we are not a SOC. In each of the geos, we have 2 data centers. They are always active. Each data center also then gets a second copy of the backup. So you as the customer have a total of 4 copies that are stored in an immutable format. And I'll get to that in a few minutes. The data centers are fully compliant, ISO 27001, HIPAA compliancy for the healthcare industry, PCI for finance. We meet all of these certifications that many of you require in order to help keep your data safe and secure. I'm going to highlight for you today 5 components of the value proposition of the Zerto backup for SaaS powered by Keepit solution. The backup part is easy. It's the recovery, which is where our secret sauce really comes into play. And so I'll talk about the solution, the storage, the security aspect, this intelligent granular search engine, and how this all summarizes together into really great savings for you as the customer. So first, let's talk about the design and how secure it is. It was built on a blockchain type technology using Merkle tree. If you're familiar with cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and others that are out there, many of them or most of them use a blockchain type technology. It helps store it in an immutable format. We also get the added advantage of being able to store more efficiently and have a faster recovery. So those redundant data centers that I talked about in each geography, our data centers are always active, and they're storing your data in an immutable format, both in each data center as well as the second copies that are in each of the data centers as well. So you can no longer go back and alter any data that has already been saved. We also encrypt utilizing a 256-bit encryption both in transit and at rest. Looking at Microsoft 365, we support 4 workloads: Exchange, OneDrive, SharePoint, and groups and teams. And with Teams channels and chats, we restore in a usable format. Many other solutions, if they're even supporting Teams, will typically restore in a flat HTML file that you'll need to then do some additional work on in order to restore. I spoke about our redundant data centers in each of the geos. Every data center is active. We always store in hot storage. This helps with your recovery, whether it's a file, a user, or a full system restore. It's a low latency. What you'll find is many solutions to help reduce the cost. After about 30 days, they'll move your data from hot storage to cold storage. This then increases your recovery with a much higher latency. Now, looking at our search engine, we have a granular, intelligent search engine. You can misspell words, Azure AA instead of Azure AD, and it's still going to find documents under Azure AD that you might be looking for. And so it's very fast in your recovery process when you need to search for a particular user who may have misplaced or accidentally deleted a file. But what's also important is the admin who takes that call. And being that we also have MFA and roles-based access control, it limits on how much information maybe a level 1 IT person would be able to see. Maybe there's confidential information on payroll with executives and HR lost a file. You'd only want a higher level admin being able to maybe search that file and view it prior to sending it, or just being able to send it. And so you, as the customer, can set who has what access to be able to either view or just forward files as part of the recovery. So now we can package this all together and start talking about a total cost of ownership. I mentioned about hot storage versus cold storage and why hot storage can help with your low latency in recovery. Because we own our own stack and we're not in the public cloud, but we're in a safe, secure environment, we have no ingress or egress fees. And so again, this helps simplify the environment. We also offer, as a pay one price, unlimited retention up to 99 years and unlimited storage. And so this gives you as the customer to kind of take a one size fits all and be able to customize it to your environment based on what your organization's retention policy is for either a group of users or your entire environment. And so we've simplified the complexity, and a lot of the industry analysts like Gartner and Forrester's and others have recognized how we've become a disruptor in the market and that we have a very simplistic pay one price license fee. And it's priced per active user, keeping it very simple with the unlimited storage and unlimited retention. We also offer an added benefit around departed users. And the definition for departed users is when an employee leaves an organization, whether it was voluntary or involuntary, as they're no longer with the organization, we will continue to store that departed user's data for free for as long as you, the customer, has set the retention policy. You then get to reuse that active license with your new hire, thus starting to really look at a total cost of ownership, cost savings, where you can take your annual savings and have compounded savings based on how long your retention policy is. Now, I've had customers ask me, hey, Rick, doesn't Microsoft back up my data? And the answer is no, they don't. There's 7 reasons here on the chart that talk about the avoidance of one cloud, ransomware protection. Microsoft stores for about 30 days. After that, your data's gone. Should you need anything within that time frame, you need to either call the 800 number or write a PowerShell script in order to recover any of your data. And that's why they recommend a third party to back up your SaaS applications. In conclusion, the Zerto backup for SaaS powered by Keepit truly is a leader in the SaaS data protection. We're the only independent cloud dedicated to SaaS data protection. Each of our geos with data centers have 2 data centers for redundancy. There's a second copy that's stored in each data center, so a total of 4 copies that are in an immutable format. Fully compliant and certified, and full data sovereignty. We've simplified the complexity of our pricing model. We keep it simple. It's a price per active user that can include unlimited storage and unlimited retention up to 99 years. And we have a lot of very large 30, 50,000 users on up. It's a solution that scales into the enterprise. It's an API first design. There is no hardware. There are no VMs. There are no third-party hardware that's needed. I've talked about our instant recovery features using an intelligent search engine and our granular search features. And we are always secure. From the blockchain type technology of how the foundation was built, storing in the immutable format, having multi-factor authentication, and our ability also with encryption at 256-bit, both in transit and at rest. We also have the roles-based access to help with your security. On behalf of Andy and I and Zerto and Keepit, thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate your participation, and we look forward to any questions.
All right, great presentation. Thank you so much, Andy and Rick. A really cool solution there with Keepit. I hadn't heard about that before. I bet many in the audience hadn't as well. And of course, every time I learn about Zerto, it's always impressive what you can do there with the Zerto solution. So we've got a lot of great questions coming in from the audience. We do appreciate those. Andy is there in the electronic Q&A. He's answering those questions as quickly as he can. We're not going to do live Q&A. We don't have time in the schedule here, but Andy, again, is answering your questions live electronically, so keep those questions coming in. I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there. The question on the screen is, what additional information would you like about the Zerto and Keep It solution? We do want to get your feedback on that, and I will leave it up for a few moments here while I announce our next prize winners. Let's see, we've got now an Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Richard Luck. You must be lucky. Sorry about the joke there, but Richard Luck from California, congratulations. And our next grand prize for an Apple M1 iPad Pro going to Pierce Muncie from Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Pierce Muncie from Pennsylvania. By my count, we've still got 4 more Amazon $500 gift cards and 2 more grand prizes to give out on the MegaCast today, so make sure that you stay tuned for those. And of course, don't forget about our best question prizes. These are for Amazon $50 gift cards, 1 for each session on the MegaCast today. So keep those good questions coming. All right, thank you to everyone there who responded to the poll question. Let me leave it up for just another moment here, make sure everyone has a chance. If you haven't responded to the poll, now is the time to do it. We do want to get your feedback. All right, thank you to everyone who responded. With that, let's go ahead and move on now to our next presentation on today's MegaCast. I'm excited now to welcome back J. Wolfgang Gorlick, Advisory CISO at Duo. Always a great presentation. Wolfgang, take it away.
Talk is street cred. Today what we're talking about is increasing trust and authentication. So I am Wolfgang Gorlick. I'm presenting today on behalf of Duo, part of Cisco Secure. But what I don't want to talk about is today. I don't want to talk about this moment. I want you to just pause that for just a minute. I want you to go back just a little bit, maybe a decade, maybe 60 years. 60 years sounds good. Go back to this time, the 1950s and 60s, the birth of so much of what we do in computer security. As a matter of fact, the very term hacker came out of this time, right? MIT Model Railroad in the 50s. What was also happening was this beautiful piece of equipment, the IBM 7094. The IBM 7094 at MIT was, as near as I can figure, the birth of the password. The very first time they thought, you know what, let's have a shared secret, a little bit of text, a little string between you and me, between you and the machine, that allows you to prove that you are who you say they are. And as you might imagine, it went fairly terribly. Pretty quickly, there were passwords being posted, there were passwords being shared. So this device also has the dubious distinction of being the very first password breach. But it sets up this dichotomy that we've been living with for 6 decades. Do we demand more of the human, or do we demand more of the machine? As we look at whether or not we should trust someone who's authenticating, where are we putting that demand on? And on the human layer, it's things like have a long password. Okay, yeah, sure, I can do that. 4 characters or 8 or 12 or 32, whatever it may be. Have a complex password. Okay, guess I can add a couple characters in there. Change your password like underwear, like as daily or like every 90 days? What does that really mean? And oh, by the way, have a unique password for every system you log into. It's quite a demand on the human side. But at the same side, lest we think that it's only been the people who've been affected, we've had this cat and mouse on the machine side. First password breach. All right, we won't store passwords where users can get to them. But the adversaries still steal it. All right, we'll store it in an even better spot, and we'll encrypt it. But the adversaries can still get it, and they're decrypting it. All right, we'll hash it. Okay, but now the adversaries are building rainbow tables and breaking it that way. All right, we're also going to salt it. We've had this ongoing cat and mouse for 6 decades as we demand more and more and more from the human and more and more from the machine. And of course, all along this, we haven't necessarily got to a point where we can really trust the authentication. And sometimes we can't, don't get me wrong, but in general, are you sure that you can trust the authentication of your users, your workforce, your customers? Maybe, maybe not. And part of that is because it started off with that password, right? And I admit I'm a little bit nostalgic for passwords. If I think about like the very first password I ever entered, right? That little moment when I was getting online for the very first time. If you think about it, your moment, right? The very first time you signed up for email or social network or AOL or BBSs, if we're going back that long, or if you want to go back even further, the 80s, 20 years after that IBM 7094, the very first passwords that the developers of BSD were using. Recently, the people unearthed some of the backup tapes and cracked the passwords. I love this. Check this out. Ken Thompson, right? Ken Thompson, famous computer science engineer. Use a chess move. Love that. Seems smart. Eric Schmidt, what did he use? He used his wife's name. That's adorable. You can't tell me that's not adorable. We use things that are easy to guess. It's human nature. And that has led to a whole bunch of breaches, which is why they say use things that are long and complex and everything, which leads people to write them down, which creates all sorts of other problems. It's also why the entire domain around multi-factor has come into play. However, multi-factor, for as great as it is, and please don't just use a username and password, please do hear me, use multi-factor, has itself, now that we've reached a certain level of use, started to be attacked. Either SMS attacks or attacks on the crypto side, golden SAML attacks, which were made well known by the SolarWinds incident, where they effectively got the key material out of ADFS and started writing their own golden tickets for SAML assertions, bypassing authentication altogether. Push phishing, where we're going to push and push and push till you say yes, and then boom, boom, we're in. We're in from our adversary machine across the world, and we're going to go ahead and take some action. Proxying, and even cloning on the biometrics side. So if you haven't seen this article, I'd check it out. The Tails guys 3D printed fingerprints to get into devices. I love that. We see this too with facial recognition, where people are like, I'm going to 3D print a face mask, or I'm going to try and brute force it. Some really cool things have been going on in this space as these controls become more widely known. So isn't it as possible? Yeah, it all is. Is it likely? No, probably not. Why? Because adversaries still are logging in, not breaking in. They're still using stolen creds. They're still using phishing. But it does raise the awareness that we do need to do more than just rely on a single strong factor. So with passwordless, which is the removal of that password, we're now at a point where more and more organizations are adopting this, right? The smartphones are out there. 3 out of 4 people have a phone with biometrics, is what I'm hearing from the Trusted Access report in 2021. The FIDO standard has come out to say, here's how to do it. I'll return to that in just a minute. And it's really created this unique opportunity to push the machines very far while reducing what we ask from the human. So I want to touch on the path to passwordless in this next section with our time together, spending most of the time looking at how to increase trust. Because when we look at strong multi-factor, again, the username, the weakest factor with another factor, we know that we've got some concerns with these factors. If we just remove the password, we still need to make sure that we're also removing some of these weaker factors. So we can start off and say, hey, we got a username, maybe it's my wife's name, and we've got a factor and we're logged in. We need to do more than just remove the factor. We would encourage to have multiple factors to have a stronger assurance of that credential, but doing so in a one-step process and removing that shared secret so in the back end, people can't get in and manipulate it. From a FIDO perspective, there's really 4 patterns here. There's the platform authenticator. I'm going to log into my platform. It's going to store the creds in TPM or Secure Enclave, and it's going to only provide them based on the URL match to make it phishing resistant. That's the platform authenticator, pattern 1. Another pattern is the bound external authenticator. All right, I've got my UTF key. I've got another strong factor that I'm carrying with me. It's available via NFC or Bluetooth or USB, and that is being used to authenticate. That can be further extended to roaming external authenticators, or you can have multiple. That handles the case of what happens if someone loses their authenticator. It also allows you to do step-up auth if you've got a stronger authenticator that you want to require for certain actions, like a privileged management scenario. But the other thing to be aware of with these first three patterns is all that communication is through the front channel. The browser and the device talking WebAuthn, the device talking CTAP or UTF to the authenticator. As we know with front channel, that opens it up to some concerns, right? It opens it up to potential tampering and other things. So another pattern to look at is moving that in the back channel where the resource itself is communicating with WebAuthn to something like push or a second authenticating device. So we can have folks going ahead, doing their MFA so we can get them enrolled and get those factors being used, build up the muscle memory, and making sure that we're not leaving gaps where an adversary can downshift and take advantage. One of the first thing that happens as a control gets put out there is the adversaries work around it, right? Okay, look at those 3 people who have a control. We're going to go to the 7 out of 10 people who don't. That's where we're going to go. Once that number reaches critical mass, the adversaries then look to go, okay, how can we downshift into a weaker crypto? How can we downshift into a weaker factor? We need to be aware that that could be happening, and we need to make sure that we've got some controls to prevent that. The next thing is to not only have fewer passwords, but also have fewer authentications. That makes it easier for the user to authenticate because they don't have to do as many steps. It also makes it easier for us, the defenders, to protect against. So if you take 191 passwords that people have to maintain and you collapse those through single sign-on into a couple of different portals, we can have a strong choke point where we can build our controls. Noting, of course, that there's going to be thousands of applications. Doing these one-offs is oftentimes not going to be practical. There's also going to be legacy tech stack we need to be aware of. And there's a very well-known attack pattern that says, if I can't go to where the control is, if I can't get the control to downshift, perhaps I can find areas where the person does not have that control. We saw this in the cloud space early on, where multiple people were using MFA. The cloud vendor announced, that we got 98% of our people using MFA, mission accomplished. Everyone cheered. And then what happened was the adversary looked for legacy protocols in that cloud stack, use those legacy protocols to get authentication tokens and move around through the environment. We know that this is going to happen. So again, we need to consolidate and start moving apps into this environment, but also have a really good handle on where the holes in our fence may be. This gets us to increasing trust in authentication. So when we think about this model, I mentioned with FIDO the idea of the device being bound to the user, right? The device authenticator, or being a bound remote authenticator for that device. This idea is really a fundamental security property that provides a lot of protection in FIDO's threat model. It's also a fundamental security property that for a long time we haven't thought about. Why? Because when everyone was using the IBM 7094 and it was one machine and a whole bunch of people, you didn't necessarily have any sort of assurances that just because you're on that machine, you are you. In today's world, most of us have one device, two devices, three, more, a multitude of devices. And by looking at the device that we're on, we can say, yeah, that's Wolf, right? If you had my credentials and you 3D fingerprinted my fingerprints, that's not going to get you far unless you get a hold of my phone and my laptop. If you're just trying to log in from your own device, that's going to be flagged and you're not going to be able to go further. Really increases the complexity for the adversary. And even if they can get through that, we can also add additional risk detection, which I'll talk about in just a minute. So the first wave of putting controls in place and increasing trust and authentication, the first wave is really around that device identity. Can we have the device strongly authenticate? And is that strong user authentication and strong device authentication correlated so we can use it as a security property? That can be certificate-based authentication. That can be agent-based by something like an MDM. That allows us to put in place some rules around that device. We also then need to look at the device itself. What is the status of the device? Is it up to date? Is it free from malware? Here's something to consider. What happens when everyone is using this type of control? Again, we know the adversaries are not going to go home. What they'll probably do is look at their tool bag and go, here's some of the different tactics that we've used in the past. Maybe we can use this with this new environment. So what tactics might they look at? One of the ones that we see very frequently in the consumer space is, tech support fraud, right? I call and pretend tech support. I call and pretend I'm from Microsoft. Call and pretend I'm whatever, and I convince the user to allow me to remote in their device. And once I'm on that user's device, I make use of the trust relationships with that device, like saving the password in the browser, like saving cookies for remembering me, to go ahead and open up applications and be connected as that user. That type of scenario is what we need to prevent against, because even though it's not an enterprise attack model today, it's something that we've seen in other areas and may move into this area as devices become more important. So those are if then else statements, right? If it's not infected, if it's up to date, it's the right device. The other thing to look at is ML. Now, ML has gotten a little bit of a bad rap, I think, because we've tried to apply it everywhere. Right? It's the Rosie effect, right? We want a Rosie, we want a robot that can be sassy and can cook and push around a vacuum cleaner. When at the end of the day, what we really need is probably a Roomba. And Rosie's probably costs, $30,000 to $60,000. And Roombas probably cost $200 to $300. So there's a cost savings as well, as you might imagine, by using something that's purpose-built. So where I think ML is making a lot of strides in security is where it's solving very specific problems with very well-defined data sets. Where we've got really good results that we can point to. A good way of thinking about this is the type of ML that we're all used to. Google image search, right? I'm building this deck, I'm Google image searching. I search for cake, I come back with a whole bunch of pictures. Yes, some of those pictures are cake. Good. Some of the pictures are not. There's some sushi in there. That's kind of weird. But it doesn't cost us anything to make that analysis and go, that's cake, that's not. And some of the things too are up for debate. Like, is a cupcake cake? I suppose so. Or is it a muffin with frosting? I don't know. That's up to you to decide. But the point is, the ML can get us some good stuff and we can make a good decision. That is much more difficult to do when we're looking at a very broad data set, like all the possible ways that an inside employee may behave. As I like to say, a successful attacker is indistinguishable from an inside employee. So we've got some issues in determining what good looks like. Part of that too is having the training data, being able to know what adversaries are doing. It'd be really nice if you could just pay criminals to attack like 10,000 times, put that in a spreadsheet, and train your ML. Not always possible. The other thing is false positives, right? That sushi factor can be very, very disturbing and detrimental to security operations centers who are already getting 10,000 alerts a day. As we saw with the CISO benchmark study a couple years ago, so many folks are just underwater with how many alerts there are. So we don't want to add to that noise and cause a whole bunch of work to be done. And we also don't want to cause a situation where we're doing denial of service by security. So all that's to say, use rules to reduce the noise and to rule out everything that we know is bad, the trivial, easy, and simple stuff to catch. Use ML, purpose-built ML, like Roombas, not Rosies, to solve for that residual risk and to address anything that we can't necessarily predict. By increasing the trust and authentication, we can experiment with additional factors, additional workflows. We can start to enable a passwordless experience by effectively snapping in specific use cases into the passwordless world by taking use case, snapping in and moving in, and again and again and again, and surprising users by saying, hey, by the way, this is easier. Something that security never gets to say. Hi, I'm from security. I just made your life easier. And again, the trust factors around this are smarter platforms with TPMs and secure enclaves, device trust, good policies, and behavior analytics to go ahead and reduce any residual risk. And then it's just rinse and repeat. Now, as we get forward to optimizing, a lot of this is making sure that we're not using excessive amounts of tools and products, so that as we move things in and continue to federate, we're doing so in a way that provides an integrated tech stack and doesn't actually drive up the cost and support of overhead. One of the things we found out of the security outcome study in 2021 was that a tightly integrated tech stack is directly correlated with the ability to detect and respond to threats. So, all that's to say, when we think about innovation, it's very common that we think about innovation in terms of what it's not. Right now, we're talking about passwordless authentication. If you were to go back 100 years, we'd be talking about the horseless carriage, carriage without a horse, or the driverless car is what we're talking about today, too, in transportation, right? A car without a driver. I would encourage you to think more about passwordless in terms of ways that we can increase the trust, because we know that criminals are going to take moves to downshift, to look for legacy protocols, to look for gaps in our defenses. We need to increase trust in authentication today in order to leverage some of these new protocols and new ways of doing things. That's it for me. Thank you so much, and have a good one.
Wow, what an awesome presentation. Thank you so much, Wolfgang. I learned a lot on that. I'm sure the audience did as well. Really, again, excellent presentation. Love to see that type of quality here on the MegaCast. So thank you so much for that. And I encourage everyone to fill out the poll question that's on the screen now that says, what additional information would you like to see about the Duo security solution? We got some great feedback here coming in, great questions as well. Don't forget about our best question prize that we're running for each session on the event today. The Duo security team is here answering questions electronically as quickly as they can. So keep those questions coming. We don't have time, I'm afraid, for our live Q&A, but again, keep those questions coming. And I encourage everyone to respond there on the poll question. And I'll leave that up for your response while I announce our next prize winner. Let's see, what do we have coming up here? All right, we've got an Amazon $500 gift card. This one's going out to Andy Singh from Virginia. Congratulations, Andy Singh from Virginia. Still 3 more Amazon $500 gift cards and 2 more Apple M1 iPad Pros to give out on the MegaCast today. If you haven't answered the poll question, now is the time to do so, because we're about to move on to our next presentation. If you have answered the poll question, I encourage you to check out the handouts tab, and it's there on number 6. You'll find a link to Duo, and this will bring up a PDF resource here entitled the Security Outcomes Study. This is a survey results resource here that talks about the key findings from the survey that they conducted with many technology professionals around the world. Talks about where we're going with security programs, or what are we doing, best security practices, success factors, and finally a roadmap for success. So make sure that you download that resource, really well done, 40-page resource. You can check it out after the event. All right, thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll question. Let's get just a few more responses, and then we'll move on to our next presentation. All right, thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. It's now time for our next presentation on the MegaCast. Today, welcome to Sarisa Miller, Principal Technologist at Cohesity. Great to have you on. Great to have you on, Sarisa. Take it away.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Thank you. So today we have a really interesting topic around SaaS, and we're going to challenge the fact that should you really be trusting your SaaS provider with your data? At the end of the day, your data is your data, and it's not the SaaS provider's responsibility to keep track of it. So let's take a closer look. So our agenda will have us diving into some of the common as-a-service misconceptions out there today. We will then take a look at Microsoft 365 native. It's a really common SaaS application that a lot of organizations have deployed. And then we're going to talk about why you might consider a third party for retaining your data. And then we'll talk about protecting Microsoft 365 workloads with Cohesity. So before I dive into the content, I want to leave you with just a couple statistics to consider, because I know a lot of you have SaaS applications and you're leveraging whatever that SaaS provider gives you. Now, let's talk about Microsoft 365. So specifically, when there was some research done on recoverability of data, if you're leveraging those native options, the research around this shows that only 15% of organizations were able to recover what they needed to. This came from ESG research. The other thing that is important to consider, you may not be using SaaS today, or you might be having deployed many SaaS applications. But statistically, 70% of organizations are actually expected to run on SaaS. So if you're not there yet, I expect you will be. So let's dive into some common as-a-service misconceptions. As you can see, we're going to talk a lot about Microsoft 365 today, but a good chunk of this actually just applies to any SaaS. So you need to first be able to identify and understand your security challenges. So when we consider that 70% of companies that host data in the cloud have experienced a breach in the last year, let's look at why. 34% were due to malware attack. 29% were due to exposed data. 45% were due to ransomware or cryptojacking. And 25% were due to account compromises, things like MFA not being in place and that account was hijacked. So the reasons vary, but even when your data is in the cloud, it's at risk. Now, here's another set of misconceptions I want to break down for you. Where does data protection responsibility live? And again, M365, Salesforce, whatever SaaS application you're using, this applies. So you are the SaaS customer. And when you consider your enterprise data, at the end of the day, you are actually responsible for your data and any of these risks that can impact your data. So user errors can corrupt data or make it go missing. There could be insider threats that you're not anticipating. Security issues, we already talked about a lot of them, and we oftentimes don't have control. So ransomware, phishing, viruses can all affect your data. And then application usage as a whole. So the way that you give your employees direction to use an application can bear an impact on whether or not that data remains intact or perhaps gets corrupted and disappears. Now, the other side of this is the SaaS provider. You must be thinking, well, they have to be responsible for something. I'm putting my data in their cloud. So what are they responsible for? They're going to be responsible for that backend infrastructure. So if there's infrastructure failures, it's their job to keep the lights on from that perspective. Application failure. And what I mean by this is back-end application failure. And M365 is a really great case in point. So when you consider Exchange Online, for example, there's multiple servers that you would deploy for that type of environment if you were doing that on-prem. They are keeping those servers online and the application that runs Exchange Online. And then the last piece is that your SaaS provider is responsible for disasters that affect that infrastructure and the application. So at the end of the day, data protection actually is shared responsibility. So keep that in mind anytime you adopt any SaaS application. Now, what are some of the common challenges? I'm going to focus here on some M365 scenarios. Ransomware absolutely can encrypt your users' OneDrive data. Accidental or intentional deletion of any M365 data, that happens daily. It happens accidentally. And so that is a real problem to be aware of. And then team sites, another one of those really commonly adopted applications in the M365 suite. But documents can be impacted by malware. And so you might need to recover an entire site because of infection. All right, so now let's go ahead and take a look at some of the M365 native offerings that you probably are using today if you've turned them on. And if you're looking to protect M365 beyond that, when you might look to third party for retaining data. So let's break it down. We're going to start with Exchange Online. We'll talk about OneDrive, SharePoint, and Teams today specifically. So Exchange Online data retention options, that's intentional. You don't actually get true backup in M365. There's retention policy. Now, retention policy can give you plenty of benefits. I want you to take a look and decide if these retention policy limits are enough for you. So first and foremost, a deleted account or mailbox can be retained for 30 days. I know in some enterprises that's not enough. For example, I've worked in the education space. In education, students' accounts sometimes get shut down over the summer. Actually, a lot of them do. And then they come back in fall. So that's an example. I've also worked in organizations where we've had to keep this information forever. Any past employee, we had to keep it for legal and compliance reasons. So think about where your enterprise sits and decide if this is enough. Deleted item recovery. The default is 15 days, the max is 30. Now, deleted item recovery is a second stage recycle bin that a user can access through Outlook. It's great for granular recovery, but most enterprises, when they deploy Exchange on-prem, they set this much further out. It's usually at least 90 days. Because what we find is that most users don't realize they have a message missing only 30 days prior. It often goes much further back than that. Now, some organizations like to use litigation hold or retention policy to keep their Exchange Online data forever. And you absolutely can. But I want you to consider the other side of this. In a disaster scenario, when you need to get that data out, what does it take? What are the risks? Well, first and foremost, there's actually a 10-step process to get this data out because it's a compliance process. And so 10 steps to get it to a PST file that loses your custom folder structure and sometimes fails. If the data sets are too large, this process will fail and you have to restart it with a reduced data size set. So you're not even always going to get back everything you need. Plus, it takes hours. So if you have a major significant mailbox outage that affects multiple mailboxes, you could end up being in a situation where it takes days or even weeks to get all of that data back. Now let's talk about OneDrive and SharePoint online data. Again, not backup. This is retention policy. So for both of these features in M365, you get deleted files and folders granularly that the user can recover back 93 days. Not terrible. There's a site collection recycle bin that your admin can go back to for an additional 30 days. And then from a OneDrive perspective, you can actually do a full restore of a OneDrive back 30 days. So this is for ransomware. The only thing I caution you on with this is we've learned societally that ransomware seeds itself well in advance of when it actually impacts the data. So if you had ransomware seed itself in OneDrive data 31 days ago, you're not going to be able to roll back in this platform. And then there's version control. Version control is great. You have to set it up. And let's talk about a scenario where maybe you decided that 10 versions of a document was enough. When I consider the fact that I might be sharing a document with a coworker and collaborating on a document with a coworker, we could take up those 10 versions in a single day if we were working on something back and forth all day long. So 10 versions doesn't really equate to a time frame in terms of retention. It could literally leave you with only the ability to go back one day on your data. Now let's talk about Microsoft Teams. Again, policy-based, not backup. Teams is a very complex architecture. It's built on and interconnected with all of these Microsoft 365 and Azure services. And where that leaves you is with the ability to, again, from a files perspective, go back 93 days. And the site collection recycle bin can help you out for an additional 30. You get the same version control considerations that we just discussed. And your sites and channels, should you need to recover an entire one, you can go back 30 days. So as you can see, there are some limitations that might not work for you. We got pretty accustomed to having more robust features and options when we were running these workloads on-prem. So when do enterprises use third parties such as Cohesity to protect their M365 SaaS workloads? Well, recovery SLAs are top of the list. So when you consider the fact that when you pull something out of retention and you need it in a quick period of time, it may not be possible. Third party typically can get you in a good place with this. So I strongly encourage testing what you have today from a recovery perspective, and then likely test that third party option as well. Long-term retention, as well as data isolation for legal and compliance, is another reason. So when you leverage the Microsoft 365 native options or any SaaS, you're oftentimes leaving those workloads in their cloud. So oftentimes organizations need to store that data in another cloud or in another on-site or on-prem location, like a disaster recovery site. So in that case, third party would be suitable. Now, what about access to data for exit planning? Mergers and acquisitions, for example, happen often. We don't expect that they're going to happen, but what if we have to pull our data out of the cloud? Take a look at what the SaaS provider offers you, and then take a look at what it takes to have control over that data in a third party and be able to pull that back. And then lastly, eliminating data silos and applying common policy. So with a product such as Cohesity, you can use a central solution, a centralized pane of glass, single UI to manage and protect all of your workloads, not just your SaaS applications, not just M365, any of your workloads. And you could apply common policy. So that means that the policy that you're using for protecting servers, you could apply to M365 as well. All right, so now let's talk a little bit about protecting Microsoft 365 workloads with Cohesity. So we are here to prepare you for your cloud journey. Most organizations are hybrid environment and even multi-cloud. We are cloud native, globally efficient. Again, we have that single platform, single UI, universal protection, allowing you to manage less and innovate more. From an M365 data protection perspective, we give you options. So you have the ability to load up a Cohesity in AWS or Azure, and you could protect your workloads from there. We have our as a service solution, and you could protect them there. Or you could leverage an on-prem Cohesity to protect those workloads, and you could even replicate that data to another cloud or to another colo. So we give you a lot of flexibility, and you get the same power as we've always offered with global search. The ability to restore as needed and be very successful in this space. So high level, what are some of the Cohesity benefits for Microsoft 365 and cloud workloads? Well, first and foremost, data security and visibility are top of mind. I'm not going to read these all to you. You please do browse through the list. I'll just call out the highlights. So from a security perspective, we offer and we'll be doing GA soon on data governance, where we can help you take a closer look at your data, look at data security, take kind of a proactive approach that would help you potentially detect if there's even ransomware in your environment. We have that simple and unified protection, so a single backup service for cloud workloads, for example, or extend and customize those protection policies as needed. And we offer enterprise-grade hybrid cloud backup with the flexibility to protect your cloud and on-prem workloads from the same solution. If you're interested in the as-a-service offering that we have, you can go ahead and try that out by going to cohesity.com/free-trial. You can go ahead and try that out for 30 days. You get access to all features, not just M365 SaaS protection. We offer VMware vSphere, databases, physical servers, and more. So we'll get a little bit of a peek at that in a moment in the demo as well. If you're looking to protect your M365 workloads, you just need to register an M365 source, create an Azure app, and make sure that the proper RBAC security is in place. And we do have once you do the free trial, we do have a tip sheet that helps walk you through that. And then you can protect. So let's go ahead and take about 5 to 6 minutes for a demo on our M365 Backup as a Service offering. All right, so what we're looking at here is our global Helios dashboard, so the single UI. And when I click on the scope selector, you can see all of the different Cohesity clusters and deployments that I have. I just clicked on Data Protect. That's specifically taking me to the as a service offering. And we're now looking at that dashboard. So from an as a service perspective, we offer this service in many different regions of the world. Mine in particular is very heavily focused on the US with with a tenant also over in Europe, but we are global. We also offer services in APJ, and there are, I think we're up to 10 plus locations now where we can offer this to you. Now, in terms of alerts, we can see if there's any problems. We can look at our SaaS connections. You do need a SaaS connector for vSphere workloads. And we also get a really nice summary of, what's protected, if our workloads are compliant, and what kind of activities been happening here in the last 24 hours. So now let's take a look at sources. So when it comes to sources, I have AWS, NAS, M365, and VMware. Let's take a look at how I registered that that M365 source. All I did was click register source, and then it allowed me to add mailboxes, OneDrive, sites, and Teams. I did pre-bake this a little bit, but it is relatively straightforward as you fill that information in. Now, you can see I am protecting all 4 workloads that we discussed today, and I'm going to walk through protecting something in each of these particular workloads, so you can just see the similarity and flexibility across the board. So here I'm choosing an individual mailbox. I have Steve Rogers' mailbox, and it lights up some options for me. So I have protect. Steve had previously been protected, so I also get the ability to do recover mails from some of those old jobs. Now for today, I clicked protect, and I'm going to go ahead and choose a policy that is going to help me define how often I'm going to back up and how long I'm going to retain. So I have a custom policy, backup of 6 hours and retain for 2 weeks. You can use one of the out-of-box defaults of gold or silver, or you could create your own. Now I'm clicking into more options, and in more options, I do have flexibility to modify what I'm protecting, and I have additional settings, cancel runs at quiet time start, like a blackout period. Do I want to do indexing? Do I have any exclusions or any SLAs that I need to meet? I can click protect, and I can see that that mailbox is now successfully protected. Now let's look at OneDrive. And in terms of OneDrive, again, I'm just going to show you an individual protection of Tony Stark. And so I click Tony Stark, and I can go ahead and click protect. When I click protect, you're going to see a lot of similarity now. I have the same policies. They're available to all of my potential protection jobs. I also have additional settings. Again, the blackout periods, exclusions, as well as SLA control. And I can click protect. And it was protected. So now I'm going to go ahead and click site. So these are your SharePoint sites. As I look at the SharePoint sites, everything has a blue shield on it, and the policy compliance column says that everything is compliant. So everything has been protected. And how did I do that? Well, I leveraged one of these higher level options. So you could choose from the top level. We have the ability to select all child objects, or I could auto protect as well. Now, keep in mind, I could have done this in Mailbox and OneDrive as well. Again, I'm trying to show versatility. Now we're headed over to Teams. Again, you can do individual protection. You could do the object level. I'm going to go ahead, since these are all protected, I'm going to show you how to unprotect. So team finance is no longer needed. I'm going to unprotect and delete those snapshots. So lots of flexibility, very simple, single UI. Use the scope selector if you have other Cohesity workloads at play where you're doing protection. And ultimately, from a SaaS perspective, we have great protection here for M365. Now, before we jump out of the demo, I do just want to call out here, we do have an activity log, so you can see exactly what's going on from a protection perspective. You can see if things are backed up, if they're not backed up, if they're in a warning state, if you need to go do some research and figure out why. We give you all of that information here. All right, so as we work to wrap things up today, please make sure you get any questions in the Q&A section of today's webinar, and we'll do our best to answer those questions. Any questions we don't get at today, we'll do our best to follow up offline with you. So just some closing thoughts here before we go there. I want you to think differently. When it comes to your as a service offerings, you should put together a requirements checklist. So do you really want a single solution to protect M365 or other as a service offerings? Probably not. You likely want to manage all of your workloads from a single pane of glass. whether it's on-prem or hybrid cloud. Know what your recovery point objectives and recovery time objectives are, because what you're getting natively in any as-a-service offering likely isn't going to meet your business needs. Test. Make sure you really, really have a good idea of what you need. Be prepared for the unexpected. We do not know what will happen. And ransomware viruses, accidental deletions, etc., can happen anytime to any enterprise data. Look into and find out if you need data isolation for legal and compliance reasons. If you do, you're going to need third party. And be prepared for exit planning. Like I said, mergers and acquisitions happen all the time, or perhaps you're not happy with your cloud service. Make sure you have a copy of that data. All right, so that wraps up everything that I wanted to share with you today. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to David to wrap things up today.
Well, excellent presentation, really cool demo. Thank you for sharing that with us today, Teresa. I'm afraid that we've run out of time here in our live Q&A portion, but I'm thankful that we spent that time there in the demo because that was cool to see. So we'll be taking questions electronically. The Cohesity team is standing by there in the questions pane. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Cohesity solution? We do want to get your feedback here on the poll. As I said, the Cohesity team is answering questions electronically. We don't have time for live Q&A, but that was a super cool demo. So thank you so much, Teresa. So keep those good questions coming. Don't forget about our best question prize as well. And I will leave the poll question up for everyone to respond to here while I announce the next prize winners on today's MegaCast. Looks like we have another Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Jim Yoakum from Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Jim Yoakum from Pennsylvania. And then our next grand prize, this is for an Apple M1 iPad Pro. This is going to David Long from Massachusetts. Congratulations, David Long from Massachusetts. All right, I'll let everyone respond to the poll there. If you haven't done so, now's the time to do it because we're about to move on to our next presentation. If you have already filled out the poll, don't forget about the handouts tab as well. There's a resource there from Cohesity on comprehensive protection for Microsoft 365. So make sure that you download that PDF and you can review it after the event. All right, thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. We do appreciate that. It's now time to move on to our next presentation on today's MegaCast. I'm excited to welcome Jeremy Lee, who is a technical sales specialist at Palo Alto Networks. Hey, Jeremy, it's great to have you on.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Absolutely, yeah. Take it away.
So, thanks. Today, we're here to talk about CASB. So, Palo Alto Networks, we are excited to talk about our next generation cloud access security broker. I'll probably refer to that as CASB throughout the course of our conversation today. So, Palo Alto Networks has identified that there are some SaaS security challenges or challenges with software as a service, and CASB is the solution to those challenges. So what do we see as those challenges? You've probably heard quite a bit about those challenges today. Hybrid work becoming the new normal, rapidly embraced during the last couple of years as people's way of working has changed. SaaS applications exploding as people shift where they work and how they work, where the organization has shifted their applications has changed. And we've seen drastic changes in the spending in adopting SaaS applications with large percentage year-over-year growth. And then, of course, the rise of collaboration apps to help drive this new hybrid workforce. So things like Slack messages and Zoom conversations are the new normal and the new water cooler chat. So making sure that proprietary and sensitive data is secure as part of this changing world is part of what Palo Alto's mission is becoming to help organizations adapt to this changing landscape. So to dive a little deeper into these challenges, what are these challenges? Well, SaaS apps are accessed from any location by any device. So it used to be very easy to put walls around your data, walls around your technical infrastructure, and either allow or block access to a particular application. If you think about the old school data loss prevention technologies, they were very good at looking at data as it entered or exited a network. But with collaboration, you have to think about the world in a different way, thinking about which applications are sanctioned or widely adopted through an organization. Things like Office 365, Slack, Salesforce. These are the lifeblood of the business, and they're necessary to not only understand what is going into those applications, but also the data that lives inside of those applications. How is it being shared? Who is it being shared with? Who is it being accessed by? And what is the sensitivity level or criticality of that data? Then you have a very large list of tolerated applications. They may not be widely adopted, but they may drive parts of your business. Things like Adobe Creative Cloud have become very innovative and special to certain parts of the business. Used to be you would install Adobe Suite on your device and use that. But the cloud has helped collaboration for creative professionals who want to work together. And maybe they don't sit in the same office anymore. So that sharing of data is really important to those individuals. And then there's risky applications that you maybe want to prevent from impacting your organization. Things that could potentially lead to data exfiltration, things that could lead to your information falling into the wrong hands, things that are maybe even a vector for threats into the organization. So those kinds of cloud applications are probably are areas where you want to think about reduction of risk from a blocking perspective still today. CASB answers questions about an organization's use of SaaS. So helping to discover and control which cloud applications are in use today, which SaaS applications. And then furthermore, helping to discover sensitive data inside of those applications, protect sensitive data stored and transferred across those applications. And the third thing that we hear constantly from customers and organizations is help us protect our SaaS applications from threats. The last thing people want to deal with is ransomware. But even worse than ransomware on a device that can be reimaged is ransomware or malware resident inside of a cloud application that continues to propagate after you have reimaged devices. Protection from threat inside of SaaS applications is a huge concern that CASB can help address. So Palo Alto Networks has a long history of delivering security services in the network security control points. Palo Alto Networks is known for next generation firewalls, and over the years has added security services to those next generation firewalls. Most recently, Sas Security and Enterprise DLP, which make up our next generation CASB service. So delivering security services at the network control point is nothing new for Palo Alto Networks. This is something we've been doing for a long time. Looking at how we redefine CASB for the modern enterprise, we have the ability to integrate with Palo Alto Networks security technologies. So Prisma Access is our remote user firewall as a service. Next-gen firewall is our physical firewall, as well as virtual firewall, VM series firewalls. Looking at delivering next-gen CASB security services that accomplish those goals that I talked about of providing shadow IT visibility and control. Looking at what data is important to your organization and making sure that that data is only leveraged by and used by the appropriate individuals, and then blocking those risky cloud applications. Doing that at scale, making sure that we are able to deliver that to the entire enterprise by doing that at those existing Palo Alto Networks control points is a huge benefit from a cost of ownership perspective. Not having to deploy net new security technology into the environment is a huge benefit for customers of existing Palo Alto hardware or software services that already inspect traffic. The components that make up that next generation CASB solution are 3 modules. We have an enterprise DLP module, an inline security inspection module for primarily unsanctioned applications, and an API-based inspection module to look at those sanctioned applications and give us very granular control. Let's talk a little bit about the technical capabilities and how we architect the CASB solution. So our main capabilities, we have the ability to integrate with those Palo Alto Networks control points to take existing customers of Palo Alto Networks and make sure that they don't have to do complex re-architecture of their network environment. They have the ability to deliver that security service in that same place where they're delivering other security services. And that's very attractive from a consolidation of security services, a single pass parallel architecture. It's one of the things that people have loved about Palo Alto for a very long time. We have a single console to look at all of your SaaS application risks, whether that's the risk of unknown SaaS applications because of inline through unknown SaaS applications, or whether that's the risk of unknown sharing of data through known SaaS applications. Most organizations know that they have SaaS applications in use today. They know they're using Office 365 or Google Drive or some sort of primary SaaS application for delivery of content or for sharing of content amongst their user population, their employee base. Many organizations have no idea the volume of SaaS applications and the risk associated with those SaaS applications that they have in their environment. Oftentimes, it is up to 5 times as many as they expect to have in their environment. If you ask an organization how many SaaS applications they have, and they tell you 200, the reality is it's more likely to be 1,000 or 2,000. In addition to our integrations with our traffic control points and our capabilities to inspect traffic in an efficient way, we've integrated with Wildfire, our best-in-class threat prevention technology here at Palo Alto Networks. That gives us that ability to see inside of the cloud and look inside of Office 365 or Google Drive or any of those sanctioned cloud applications to find threats that may be hiding inside of the cloud. That integration with Wildfire is critically important. We have very broad support for sanctioned applications. So we have a very large list of about 25, maybe 26. I think we have a couple in beta supported applications. We integrate with our enterprise data loss prevention, which was also recently launched. So the ability to understand, is this personally identifiable information? Is this source code? Is this kind of information that is regulated? What kind of data am I looking at that is either going to the cloud or sitting inside of the cloud? And that data security element of Palo Alto Networks CASB is very critical to our strategy. And one of the unique capabilities that we have is our risk catalog. So today we have about 24,000 apps, and that's great. But one of the things that makes our risk catalog approach unique is we leverage a machine learning based engine. We call it application categorization engine. So this engine is looking at net new cloud applications as we see traffic going to them. And this engine helps us automate the categorization process and helps us automate the process to identify what is a risky cloud application or what is the risk level of a cloud application. So this helps us stay ahead of the curve when it comes to the growing SaaS application landscape that's out there today. So our 3 main use cases: identify risky SaaS applications in use and control access, protect sensitive data across all SaaS applications, and secure those corporate SaaS applications from threats to make sure that there's no malware or threats resident inside of those SaaS applications. To do visibility and control, we're doing that with our inline technology. Again, that leverages any of our existing firewalls, whether that's a physical firewall, a virtual firewall, or a Prisma Access firewall as a service. We have the ability to add in CASB capabilities and extend application visibility from our existing built-in 3,000 or so applications to more than 24,000 applications. We have our automated discovery of new SaaS applications. We can assess that application risk and enforce control by policy at those existing control points. Data security, similar to Shadow IT, we have the ability to integrate and do those data security elements, discovery of sensitive data inline as it moves to cloud applications to prevent the exfiltration of data. In addition to inline controls, we also support API-based controls to reach inside of your sanctioned cloud applications and look at how data is shared externally from the cloud for those sanctioned cloud applications. So it's not just important to see what is going to the cloud when it comes to data security, but it's also important to understand how that data is shared, who it's shared with. Is it shared with personal domains? Is it shared with anonymous users? Is it shared with anyone who has the link? Do you want to take automated remediation actions on any of that data that is shared? Do you want to prevent the exfiltration of that data? We have those technology capabilities within our platform today. And then machine learning-based threat protection. Similar to DLP, we have the ability to do this both inline and via API. If you're familiar with Palo Alto Networks, you may be familiar with the term wildfire. This is our threat prevention technology. It includes malware, threat prevention, sandboxing, user activity monitoring, the ability to do unmanaged device access control. So there's a whole host of technologies that are built into our suite of threat prevention technologies that are integrated with SaaS security to help make sure the organization is prevented from, that threats are prevented from impacting the organization when it comes to safely using SaaS applications. So why Palo Alto Networks? So at Palo Alto Networks, whether you're talking about SASE for retail locations and part of that, secure service edge, or whether you're looking at, home working from home solutions where you need a SASE solution, or you look at mobile usage, whatever the SASE use case is, the key component there is we do have CASB as part of that SASE architecture. And at Palo Alto Networks, our CASB solution is fully integrated into the same management console, the same management plane. So managing whether that's the data protection elements of SASE and CASB, or whether that's the cloud application elements of SASE and CASB, or whether that's some of the other elements of SASE, right? SD-WAN, firewall as a service, cloud-based secure web gateway, or the autonomous digital experience management. Those are all critical components of SASE. And Next-Gen CASB is a very important security layer within that SASE solution. And we have architected it, and we have a very robust user experience team that is making sure that that is a single pane of glass for all of our customers to be able to interface with in a clean, easy to consume way. As part of that SASE solution, you're looking at traffic that goes from users all over the planet, whether that's on premises or at home or on the go or in that office space, to go to SaaS applications. But one element that you don't want to miss is that API-based control that tells you what is looking, once a critical piece of data is inside of a cloud application, who is it shared with, who is using it, who else is accessing it, et cetera. By integrating our CASB with that SASE solution, you don't lose that component of CASB by consuming it through the SASE portal. So that's what I have. The last slide is there just for everyone to use to click a couple of links. And I think we're right on time. We have maybe 5 minutes for questions or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've got some great questions coming in for you. While we take questions, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there that we do after each of the presentations on the MegaCast that says, what additional information would you like about the Palo Alto Networks solution? We do want to get your feedback on this poll. So please respond there while we take your questions. And if you have a question, now's the time to get it in. I'm going to go ahead and just start off with this one. First question here, they're asking, is it required to use Palo Alto Networks firewalls to use Palo Alto Networks CASB?
That's a great question. So I think I covered some of this in the presentation, but the Palo Alto Networks firewall is one of the ways in which we inspect traffic. We also use our firewall as a service, Prisma Access, for traffic inspection. And then we do have some customers whose kind of first journey into CASB is that API mode. So if you look at the modes of CASB, the multi-mode CASB solution, there's API and inline. Some customers will start with that API mode first to get visibility into the data that's already in the cloud that they haven't been able to get their arms around before. So for that use case specifically, it is not a requirement to have any network inspection at all. We just need to have the administrative ownership of the application itself.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Next question, do you need to decrypt traffic in order to use the Palo Alto Networks CASB?
So for those inline modes of inspection, yeah, traffic decryption is a requirement. So in order to see, especially data payloads for the DLP pieces of CASB, if you're going to start to put granular controls over personally identifiable information in certain cloud applications, like for example, you use Google, and Google Drive is your sanctioned cloud storage application. You want to allow sensitive data like personally identifiable information to go to Google Drive, but you want to put some constraints on who is shared with outside of Google Drive. But you want to put a DLP policy that says, I don't want personally identifiable information in Office 365 or Box or Dropbox, any of those other cloud storage applications that are out there today. That kind of use case where you're looking at the data payload in particular does require decryption for sure. We have to see what's going into the cloud application.
Got it. Yeah. Let's see. Next question. They want to know, are all the modules of the CASB required?
No, we do recommend a multi-mode CASB to really solve all of the different use cases. But we do have some customers whose primary concern is shadow IT, and so they start with inline to get their handle on visibility. We have other customers that I mentioned where understanding what data is already in those sanctioned cloud applications, whether it's Office 365 or Google Drive or whatever that main cloud, in some cases it's Salesforce or ServiceNow, whatever that main cloud application is, getting a handle on what's the data that's already up there, what's my risk associated with that kind of data that's already up there, and who's it shared with. So no, all the modules are not required. We do recommend the full multi-mode solution to kind of solve all of the CASB problems as we see it, but a lot of customers do more of a phased approach. Let's start with one, maybe grow into the others.
Got it. Okay. And then let's see, next question, they're asking, basically just how do we get started with Palo Alto Networks? What do you recommend? What's the easiest route for this? I know we've got some resources. I'll just go ahead and bring those up here. You want to talk a little bit about these?
Yeah, so that first page is really the one-stop shop to learn more about our CASB. There are several different documents. There's white papers and privacy documents. It's a great landing page that has a lot of different resources on it. If you're an existing customer and you have Palo Alto Networks security technologies in place today and you want to do a trial on one of those security technologies, the free trial link is available to you so that you could do that. The other thing I would recommend is reach out. We can get you in touch with the right account team who manages your account, and we can get you started down that path.
Excellent, excellent. And I clicked on the link right there. I want to point out to everyone that these are clickable links. You don't have to try to, write that down or something like that. Just click on the link with your mouse that's on the slide right now. That'll open up a new web browser tab or window. And I see here it says that this is a free 60-day trial. So it looks like a great opportunity for any of the folks on the line today who want to learn more and try this out for yourself. Take the next step to better protect your company's data and secure your SaaS applications. So, well, this has been excellent. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for your great presentation today.
Thank you.
And thank you to everyone out there in the audience for the questions and, of course, for answering the poll question. In fact, I'm going to bring that poll question back up now while I announce our next prize winners. For anyone who hasn't yet responded to the poll, I'll just leave it up. We do have an Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Grant Luck from Colorado. Congratulations, Grant Luck from Colorado. And we have coming up after our next presentation, another Amazon $500 gift card and our final grand prize of the day. There's still time to get questions in for Palo Alto Networks. Don't forget about our best question prize as well. If you have a question and you're thinking, wait, how does this work? Or, is this a SaaS? Is this installed on premises? What apps can it protect? Now's the time to get that in, and we will be routing those still over to Jeremy electronically. All right, so thank you to everyone who responded to the poll question. It's now time to move on to our next presenter on today's MegaCast. Welcome to Indu Petty-Botla, Senior Director for Product and Strategy at Metallic. Indu, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure being on the webinar today, presenting to this audience. Today, I'm going to talk about data management as a service and its critical role in ransomware recovery. So as I was introduced, I'm Indu Petty-Botla, Senior Director, Product Management at Metallic, which is a Commvault SaaS venture. And let's start with the current state of the industry. As we know, ransomware and malicious attacks are challenging IT orgs everywhere. A new attack is happening every 11 seconds. And the costs associated with the downtime as well as the payouts are increasing. And with the increased possibilities of businesses falling victim to a successful breach, now more than ever, it is important to evaluate not only the measures you're putting in place to prevent an attack, but the tools and protocols in place to recover from an attack need to be reviewed and looked at carefully. And with some of the data that we have, half of the cybersecurity professionals believe that they are not prepared for these attacks. So it's very important to assess and review the strategies. With that context, many of the businesses are leveraging the NIST cybersecurity framework, which provides a proactive blueprint for ransomware recovery. At the heart of this framework is data protection, providing businesses with mechanisms and a safety blanket to securely recover data in the face of an attack. The NIST framework covers protect, detect, respond, recover, with identifying as the basis as the framework to be used. And this is important as data protection and recovering from these type of attacks presents the last line of defense and can mitigate the widespread impact of breaches. Now, Metallic data management as a SaaS portfolio is more comprehensive than ever. We offer cloud-to-cloud protection of critical SaaS applications like Office 365, Dynamics 365, and Salesforce, we protect a wide range of hybrid cloud workloads, including VMs, containers, as well as structured and unstructured data, and also offer Metallic cloud storage as a secondary target for these environments. Our endpoint protection secures laptops and desktops, which is more important than ever in today's remote work landscape. With free AD Active Directory and Microsoft Active Directory backup included with every purchase, and we also, with Metallic, are covered for local, state, and federal agencies, as well as government contractors with our Metallic Government Cloud Solutions available across the Metallic portfolio to safeguard your data while meeting FedRAMP's highest security standards. So Metallic unifies data protection and management for all these workloads into one single solution with one single pane of glass management. And it eliminates silos, manages risks, and safeguards data wherever it exists. Protect, detect, and recover form three keys for comprehensive ransomware protection. Protection includes isolating, preserving, and protecting data from ransomware internal malicious attacks. Detection includes tools to spot threats and vulnerabilities early and helping mitigate the impact of breaches. And finally, recovery includes the ability to recover data fast, to reduce the downtime and impact on the business. With Metallic, we offer a multi-layered security approach. In Metallic, with its data protection foundations, provides robust controls to both prevent threats and ensure data is highly available and recoverable from deletion or attacks. Metallic backups are in a separate security domain, with both the control plane and the data plane being in a separate domain. And with the source data format also being different, this provides a virtual air gap between customer environments and backup copies and operations. This is very important concept as and when if an organization's environment gets breached or attacked, you're still able to view and see your backup environment, your backup copies, and they're protected and insulated from the attacks. With multi-factor authentication, at-rest in-flight encryption, zero trust access controls baked in, Metallic offers a hardened enterprise-grade security model in the cloud, limiting internal lateral movement, external data loss, and delivering rapid recovery. Metallic also has early threat detection capabilities built in, with warning systems that include anomalous activity with file patterns and other anomalous detection signals that can be flagged as the data is being processed. Our latest innovation, the Metallic Security IQ, delivers new tools and insights that are intended to provide customers with insights to understand their security posture and improve their security posture continuously, get real-time insights into the behaviors and the status of their data environments, and also flag any vulnerabilities and data patterns that we observe. And finally, it provides recovery points to help make informed decisions to exceed SLA objectives and flagging when data copies or recovery points have been cleaned that could be malware infected or not, and be able to recover from those pre-infected recovery points. So Security IQ is a new capability that was recently launched, and this shows a dashboard view of the Security IQ. As you can see on the left, you'll see that on the top left, there's a security posture score that customers can look in and identify if their security controls that the platform provides are enabled or not enabled, and gives recommendations on what to get enabled for those scenarios. On the right, there's also widgets that show the abnormal and anomalous conditions and behaviors that could be drilled down into to understand the current state of the backup environment, and gets you those insights and initial warning signals to contain your attacks. Security IQ dashboard also includes the audit events. This is important to understand who's doing what as a admin or any other user using the tool, and all of these events are captured as part of Security IQ audit events. This is a drill down into the intelligent ransomware recovery dashboard, where once you want to recover certain data, you can drill down into this dashboard and understand where there's some unusual data patterns, and also identify the recovery points that you want to recover your data from. And Metallic has been an industry leader ever since its launch, and we're getting a lot of validation from the industry and our customers, and for multiple of these use cases. We've got from saving money to driving efficiencies to simplifying management. Metallic has been making customers' lives easier while keeping their data secure, and this has resulted in rapid growth for Metallic. And one of the customers recently summed it up by saying, "The radical simplicity and unmatched scalability of Metallic is allowing us to completely rethink how we protect our data." So this builds on top of the momentum Metallic is also receiving from our peers, having snagged a number of industry awards just in the 2 years since our launch. And some of them are listed here, but the biggest ratification and validation for us is really from our customers, who are seeing the value of this tool day in and day out, and have been our vocal supporter in our journey to fight ransomware and protect their data and recover the data. We also have a free trial capability with Metallic, and with metallic.io/trial, users can self-sign in and get a trial and start protecting their data. And with that, I'll pause for a Q&A.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation. We do have a number of questions for you here. So I'll go ahead and just start with this one from Leslie, who's asking, can this solution be used for an enterprise versus a single site? Because we have over 80 sites. Could Metallic help there?
Yeah, absolutely. Metallic is a multi-tenant and is a SaaS offering that can provides a single management interface. But in terms of the workloads that it supports, your workloads could be global. We have configurations that allow you to connect to different data sources. So the Metallic was built for scale and for enterprise operability. And a lot of our customers have these kind of diverse regions in which their workloads are situated. So we absolutely can support that.
Excellent. And then here's another good question here. Can Metallic protect me from a ransomware attack? And how does Metallic differentiate from some of its competitors in the market?
Great question. So Metallic is a data protection tool. And what we advocate is a multi-layered defense to protecting against ransomware. There's the prevention tools that front end some of the capabilities around preventing attacks from coming into your network. And where Metallic plays a huge part is in the recovery aspects of it. And we're oftentimes the last line of defense with our customers where they got breached. And Metallic is the data protection tool that they rely on to recover the data safely and securely. So while Metallic helps recover the data because of the backup copies that we keep in isolated virtual air-gapped copies that are immune to the data breaches in the customer environments. There's also built-in threat detection capabilities with our anomalous dashboards and events that we can flag that also give customers an early warning signal that reduces. And as we all know, early detection is key to containing the attack. So those are the two aspects that Metallic can absolutely help our customers. And we've been over the past 2 years have protected many customers, and we're often pulled in whenever there's an attack to recover the data.
Excellent. Let's see. Here's another good one. They're asking, how big of an organization can Metallic support?
Metallic is built for scale. It's cloud native. We have elasticity built into Metallic. So whether it's a small environment or a large environment, our SaaS platform can scale from gigabytes to like petabytes. We have customers across the board. Fortune 100 customers with large footprints to small businesses. So we can protect the largest environments, and we are architected to scale.
Excellent. And then let's see, how quickly can Metallic detect anomalies in the service?
So our detection is real time, because by virtue of our data protection capability, we are constantly looking at the data and seeing the change sets of the data as we back up to meet our backup SLAs. Anytime we see detection, it's real time.
Nice, that's cool. And then here's a good question. Maria is asking about the implementation process. What's that like, and what resources would be key for an implementation?
So SaaS, Metallic is built as a SaaS product with the intent to reduce your footprint for customers and any customization that needs to be done. So it's a very seamless process where customers can log into metallic.io and start configuring their data sets and data sources and start seeing the value of backup. So there's very minimal implementation from a customer's perspective, and that's the beauty of Metallic and the SaaS product offering form factor that we offer it in.
Very nice. And then what about, let's see, they're asking, is there a trial version? I think you talked about that in your final slide there. Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as the best-in-class SaaS platform, we do offer trials. So customers can go to metallic.io/trials and self-sign in, and they'll have a period of 30 days to do their trials. And we offer trials for all the workloads that we support. So it's a great way for customers to see the value of Metallic and see how quickly they can configure, get going, and protect their data sets.
Absolutely. And then let's see, here's another good one. They're asking, you mentioned air-gapped backups. Can you tell us a little bit more about what exactly does that mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So Metallic is 100% cloud-native solution. And the key concept there and the way we protect customers' data is the isolation that we provide from both from a control plane and a data plane perspective between customers' environment to where Metallic is operated and stores the data in. So it's in a completely different security domain. What this means is even if a customer's environment is attacked or compromised, the Metallic service is still accessible. The backups are still accessible because they're stored in different locations, and we make it easy for customers to restore back the data. So this key concept of, in some ways, the connection between the source data and where the backup data is located is cut off, and we isolate the data so that only during restores we bring the data back up. So this ensures that the air gap is provided in a virtual air gap with our cloud technologies, and the restores are independent of customer environments. So this isolation of data and service is how Metallic delivers the air gap.
Got it. Okay. Another question here, they're wanting to know, do you have any customer case studies or kind of success stories of other companies that have implemented Metallic?
We have several case studies, and if there's anyone interested, they can reach out to me or the Metallic support team, and we can absolutely provide those case studies. And some of them are available on our website as well.
Excellent. How does Metallic handle data residency for SaaS app protection?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And there's a lot of, with some of the compliance laws coming into play now with GDPR and CCPA in California and so on, the data residency is a first-class citizen as we designed Metallic and architected it. So customers, have the option to choose the location for the data that they want the backups to go to. In addition, Metallic also inherently with its geolocation capabilities can sense the source data and will map the where the data is stored to a region that satisfies the residency laws for that particular geographic region. And by default, Metallic stores multiple copies, but as part of our data residency, we ensure that there's no crossing of boundaries across locations where it violates the localization and residency requirements.
Nice. And then next question, you talked about zero trust. What controls are in place for Metallic around zero trust?
Right. So Metallic, leverages a hardened security model, and zero trust is an integral part of that. And beyond just the buzzword that zero trust involves, Metallic takes this extremely seriously, and we have stringent access controls in place. We have limitations on who can access, and any unauthorized access is not allowed to both not only the data as well as the services that host the data. And the privileges are extremely limited, and there's multi-factor authentication, role-based security, and integration with external domains as well as SAML and SSO support. All of these, along with privacy locks and multiple authorizations required, enables the zero trust controls that we have in place to protect customers' data. And we're also compliant with ISO, SOC 2. We recently got FedRAMP high ready status. All of these are built into Metallic. And the workflow authorizations to allow any action on the data all go into providing that zero trust framework that Metallic has.
Excellent. One more question just to kind of wrap up again. Back to the trial, Indu, I wanted to ask you, so if folks go to metallic.io/trial, what are the steps that they would take there to try this out for themselves?
Yeah, it's a very simple form that they need to fill and to get them going, and it's very intuitive, and it will be less than 5 minutes to get them going and sign up for the trial. So it's a very self-guided, intuitive process, and they need to enter their contact information and the workloads that they want to protect, and that should help them get going. It's as simple as that.
Excellent. Yeah, it sounds super easy to get started. A great way to protect your data, whether it's on premises or in the cloud. Indu, really great presentation today. Thank you so much for educating us on Metallic.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present today. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, great presentation. Thank you so much, Indu. I really appreciate that. Great Q&A there as well. We've got 2 quick poll questions for everyone out there in the audience. The first question on the screen is, where do data management and data protection purchasing decisions fall within your organization? I'm curious to see the results on this one. I'm sure you are as well. As more and more companies have built security teams, or they've acquired, different divisions and built up different business units, where do these sorts of data protection decisions fall? So I'll give everyone a moment here to respond to this one. All right, thank you for all those responses. Looks like 62% said central IT or shared IT team, followed by 28% who said a dedicated security team, and 9% said individual business units. I think it's interesting here to see that the percentage of data protection solutions made by a dedicated security team, I'm sure that's greatly increased over the last 5 years, just because there weren't that many dedicated security teams relatively in the past, depending on the size of organization, of course. But we're seeing, I think, more and more data management and data protection decisions made by security teams. So that's interesting to see. And then last poll question here of the event, that is, what additional information would you like about the Metallic solution? And obviously there's a lot of interest in this. It's a SaaS-based data protection, data recovery tool, free to try out. We had the URL up there for quite a while, metallic.io. And we do want to get your feedback here on the poll. I will leave this poll question up for everyone to respond to while I announce our next prize winners. So we've got an Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Danny Sue from California. Congratulations, Danny Sue from California. And then our final grand prize of the event for an Apple M1 iPad Pro is going to Floyd Kellogg from Wisconsin. Congratulations, Floyd Kellogg from Wisconsin. All right, I will post the names of all the prize winners right now in the questions tab while you respond to the poll question if you haven't done that already. All right, those are in the questions pane. And if you have already responded there to the poll, make sure that you check out the handouts tab before you go. It's there that you'll find a resource from Metallic on why wait for SaaS delivered data management, 5 building blocks to hybrid cloud success. Make sure that you download that PDF resource as well as the 8 other resources. There are 7 other PDFs and 1 URL available in the handouts tab for additional information. Once the event ends here, you won't have easy access to those resources. So make sure that you check them out, download them now before we wrap up. All right, thank you to everyone who responded to the poll, and thank you for the questions. Of course, those enter you into the best question prize drawing as well. We contact all those best question prize winners after the event, so watch your email inbox for a prize notification and an invitation to upcoming events. I also want to remind everyone about our ransomware.org website. This is where you can better understand, prevent, and recover from ransomware. Everything you need to know about ransomware in one definitive resource is over at ransomware.org. And if you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming MegaCast or EcoCast, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. We would love to chat about having you on. And then finally, I hope to see you on next Wednesday's event. This is on supercharging your Microsoft on-premises and cloud services. It's going to be a big MegaCast with Rubrik and Corda, Pure Storage, and NetApp. Hope to see you on that big event. It's going to be a great one. Thank you to everyone who joined us on the MegaCast today. I hope that you learned a lot, and I hope to see you next time. Don't forget about our Refer a Friend page. As soon as I end the event here, you will be automatically redirected to our Refer a Friend or Coworker webpage where you can refer your friends to our upcoming events. You both could win an Amazon $300 gift card. That drawing is held each month. We promise not to spam your IT friends and coworkers. We'll send them a list of upcoming events. And if they don't respond, we'll send them one more invite. Say, hey, don't forget about our upcoming events. And we won't bother them after that if we don't hear from them. So refer your friends there, and you both could win a $300 gift card. All right. Thank you to everyone who joined us on the event today. We'll see you next time. Have a great day.